So first, I'm going to make one housekeeping request. You'll see that Kelly just posted in the chat a link to our SurveyMonkey. So when you we're thinking about doing the breakouts today and all that. So when it comes time to do the breakouts, or actually right now, please fill out this survey, and we'll be putting it in the chat throughout this next presentation so that it'll just be easier for us to put you into breakouts when it comes time for those to begin in about an hour. So please fill out that survey, and I believe that's my only housekeeping reminder for today. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. Sylvan Raymond is going to be speaking to us today, and I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself and get started. And also let us know, Sylvan, if you need any help with sharing slides or anything.
Yes, thank you very much, Anna. I will be sharing my trying to share my presentation now. And give me a second here. I'm trying to start. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to start the slideshow here, but I'm having problems. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me today or coming to listen to me and then have this conversation. My name is Sylvain Lemont. I've been working at the National Research Council of Canada in Ottawa for over 20 years now. Basically, we're doing research in materials and components for a telecommunications network. I want to let you know that we're very good at doing research at the National Research Council in photonics and developing materials and components. Where we lack expertise for networks is on the network systems and overview. So we have to keep that in mind throughout the presentation. I want to talk to you today about our high throughput and secure networks research program. This is a science and technology research program ran by the National Research Council of Canada, the institution for which I work. And the mandate that was given to us by the minister when he gave us the mandate to do this research was to improve rural and remote connectivity. And so when we say high throughput and secure networks, we mean that we want rural and remote regions to have access to high throughput and secure networks. So today we're going to look together a little bit in the crystal ball from the perspective of our research program. There's other perspectives, of course, and you are welcome to share it with us. But from our perspective, look at what the future of networks for rural and remote regions might look like. So the challenge, of course, why did the Minister of ISED give us the mandate to do research in that area? I don't need to tell you, I've heard all the feedback from the participants. The challenge has to do with geography and demographics in Canada. You know, we have one of the sparsest populations in the world. Lots of communities in northern Canada that can be connected only by via satellite. And so there's a lot of disparity between urban areas and rural areas. And we would like the internet service, the network services, to be balanced, to be more equal between rural and remote regions and urban regions for several reasons. And then we want to be able, of course, to be fair and give everybody an opportunity to participate in the digital world and the digital economy and all of its benefits. So before we take a peek in the future, I want to talk a little bit about the present, the connectivity options that we have now, and then examine where we think we need to go. So right now, the available types of connections that you can have will be DSL, cable TV through the cable TV, coax cable, fiber, fixed wireless, satellite. Each of these have different pros and cons. So the DSL, for example, you can have fairly low speeds, but it's readily available, and it's fairly cost-effective, fairly cheap. However, your service level will depend on from how far you are from the The central station cable will give you fairly decent speeds. It's fairly readily available in a lot of regions. However, your ultimate speeds there are limited by the fact that you have a coax cable. And your speeds are also variable with this type of service. When the kids come back from school and start playing Fortnite all at the same time, everybody's service level goes down at the same time. If you would have fiber to the home, you would be a lot more independent to this type of interference. And you'd have a high speed, very high speed and reliable service. However, that's not available in very many places in Canada, and the cost can be fairly prohibitive, especially if we're thinking about connecting fiber to every northern community in Canada. It would be in the tens of billions of dollars, is my understanding. Fixed wireless access provides a solution in many cases, fairly good speeds. Cost is competitive, but you may run into trouble with line of sight to your tower depending on which frequency band you're using, and it's not available in every area. Satellite, of course, is the the solution that gives connectivity to the most people, so it's available to almost everybody. However, the speeds are very limited. Reliability can be a bit spotty. I've been hearing that since they've installed a new network in the Ka and Ku bands, there's lots of problems with the reliability of the network. And the cost can be prohibitive also. Earlier this week, I've heard people saying if they have to pay hundreds or even $1,000 a month to get a fairly limited service in terms of speed. So I want to focus on the fixed wireless here for a second out of all these options. And I want to highlight a few things about the fixed wireless. Currently, the most deployed network, my understanding, is the 4G network. And this 4G network uses a band around 600 to 700 megahertz to send the signals. The download speeds that you can achieve are in the range of hundreds of megabytes per second with that. And you know, the antennas can have a very good range with this type of signal. And if you move now to 5G, 5G, you can separate it into three general bands of usage. And I think the first deployment, my understanding, is that is called the 5G low. They will use the same carrier frequencies as the current 4G system. So because it's a system that's a bit better organized, we will have some increase in download speeds from the 5G low band here. Still, the range of the antennas will be fairly good, but it's not going to be a revolutionary increase right from the get-go. In order to get an increase in speed and download service, you're going to have to move to the 5G frequency range 1 band or 5G frequency range 2 bands, which my understanding is that they will be available a little bit later in the deployments. Then, of course, because you move to higher frequency bands, 2.5 gigahertz to about 40 gigahertz, you can achieve a lot better download speed. But you're going to start paying a cost because those signals, especially in the frequency range 2 here, will have a much shorter range in the atmosphere. So it means that you'll have to install a lot more antennas to service the same population. And these signals are also a lot more weather sensitive potentially. And the last point that I want to make is that, of course, when you go to FR1 and FR2 in the 5G, the antennas can push a lot more signal out to the users, a lot more data out to the users in a given amount of time. But you need to feed the antenna with that information so that it can relay it to the users. So in order to keep up with the data output of the antenna, you probably need to feed the antenna with a fiber. And so that's something to be taken into consideration as we want to move to higher speeds here. So in another upcoming, so something that's going to be coming available on the short term, and I want to say thank you here to Tamer Bichet a couple days ago, who introduced the low Earth orbit satellite networks. And so within about a couple of years, we're going to start getting service from these types of networks. So what LEO satellites are is a network of about a few hundred to a couple thousand satellites orbiting at the same time around the Earth in a low orbit. And what's special, as you can see on the diagram on the left here, is that each satellite in the constellation can communicate with its nearest neighbors. So if you want to relay a signal from one side of the planet to another point or another side of the planet, you can hop from satellite to satellite. And then if you have a ground station that can accept the signal from this constellation of satellites, you can simply download the signal from anywhere above the Earth here. And one of the advantages with this type of constellations, of course, that you're becoming agnostic to position. So if you have a ground station that can talk to these constellations, you could be in Europe, you could be in Africa, you could be on the North Pole or in the middle of the ocean. As long as you have this ground station, you can receive that signal. And so that's a big advantage, of course, for remote regions. One thing to notice is that, of course, these constellations are on very low orbits, so 1,000 kilometers above the ground, as opposed to about 36,000 kilometers for geosatellites we mostly currently use. So it means that your latency of the signal will be much improved, and I think that's a fact, and that's something that will happen for sure. But I want to note that these first generations of LEOs that are coming from Telesat, OneWeb, SpaceX, Starlink will still use the same frequency bands as traditional geosatellites have been using so far, the SHF bands or K and KU bands. And what that means is that the download speeds, we cannot expect a revolutionary change in download speeds from these as compared to the current systems. Other points for consideration is that I've not seen a very clear business case yet that would tell me what sort of cost to the user, what sort of cost to the user we would have with these systems. Perhaps some of you have information about that. I'd be happy to discuss that. But certainly one of the needs that I heard from the people doing these, looking at deploying these systems, is that the ground stations are still too expensive to make it really cost effective. So the question remains then, if we're still limited by the usage of the traditional satellite bands, what do we do to really make a leap forward and enable people in rural and remote regions to have the same type of backbone capacity as people in urban areas? So in the program, we went back to basics here. We examined the electromagnetic spectrum. And I want to point out as we move to RF signals that are at low frequency, with low frequency carriers, we move more in the middle of this graph here to millimeter waves that are oscillating at frequencies of 30 gigahertz to 1 terahertz. We can get better download speeds than if we use radio waves. And then if you move to optical signals, optical waves, even more to the right of that spectrum, you can get even much higher download speeds and data transmission rates. So the lesson here is that the higher the carrier frequency you use, the higher the data rate that you can exploit, that you can get from your system, at least potentially and in principle. So that's something that we kept in mind when we built the program, our research program. And so when the government gave us the mandate to do research in this program called the High Throughput and Secure Networks, we organized ourselves in the following way. We tap into the NRC expertise, facilities and expertise, as well as the facilities and expertise of our partners in universities and industry. And we build research projects here along a few different research teams. One is satellite communications. One is photonics for fixed wireless access. One is quantum and cybersecurity, and one has to do with network neutrality. So as we build IP, know-how, and new technologies in these technological areas, what we can do as a government organization is transfer that to the industry. and encourage the industry to use that to deploy systems that will be useful for people. So I've heard quite a few times this week and in other presentations before that the industry can be a little bit unreliable in deploying something that will be useful for rural and remote users. So I'll come back to that in a second. The hope, of course, is that when these networks can be deployed, now we can have gigabits per second connectivity anywhere in Canada at any location. So our program is 7 years in duration. NRC itself invests about 8 to 10 million a year in research from labor and facilities in our locations to run that. We have a bit of O&M to invest as well, just to sustain the labs and the researchers doing the research. We also have about 2.5 million a year in grants and contribution, which is very a new concept for the government and for NRC. And we can use this money to fund research in academia and SMEs and make sure this way that they're accountable to deliver what we need for the program, as opposed to just being in kind and kind contribution. And we have to rely on their goodwill to contribute in the way that we need. So I think this is a model that works fairly well. We're about at the end of the first year of the program right now. And one of the aspects that I want to mention is that there's many parts to this challenge that have to work together. So it's not only the research, and it's fine and dandy to transfer the technology to the industry, but we have to make sure that the industry will use it correctly. And if the industry is going to use this correctly and deploy it in the way that we want, we have to look at the regulations aspect, right? And that's one aspect of the problem that's not under the control of NRC, of course, but we do realize that this is important, that we need to work with people for things to happen in the way that they need to happen in the future. We need to look at investment, of course. So you know of all the large investment programs going on in Canada right now, for example, Canada Infrastructure Bank, CRTC Broadband Fund, all these things. These programs are really aiming at funding usage of current technology or maybe near-term technology to really help solve that digital divide problem. On the other hand, what we are doing is trying to create technology for 10, 15, 20 years down the road that will be available for the next investment and regulation cycles. And so that we have the tools that we need at that time to really make a leap forward with the problem, with this problem. There's other considerations, of course, digital literacy, market forces, and things like that to take care of. So I just want to talk about a little bit about the different research areas to show you what we're working towards and what we envision. And then plant a seed here into discussing and awareness. So the research area number one about satellite communications, we decided to concentrate on the possibility of creating an all-optical LEO network. So what that would be is the network, the mesh network of satellites that I've shown you above the Earth, and in which each satellite would be interconnected with optical links, and in which the satellite would be connected to the ground to a ground station that also uses optical signal. So of course now, because we move the band completely to the right of the spectrum, we're going to a very high frequency carrier. We have the possibility here to transmit and download a lot more data in this type of network than we could at the moment with the bands that we're using in RF and millimeter waves. So it would be a little bit like having fiber capacity, fiber-like capacity. Of course, fiber provides a lot of data because it uses light, transmits light in the fiber. So this would be having like fiber-like capacity, but coming straight from the sky. So it could connect any 2 points on the planet with fiber-like capacity. So of course, that's a nice principle, but there's still a lot of research to do make this happen in a way that's practical. There's a lot of unknowns. The cost, for example, how could we make such a system reliable, weather independent, and so forth. So there's still a lot of challenges. We realize that, and that's why we formed a consortium of 16 organizations between ourselves and industry and academia, and also not-for-profit organizations to try and tackle that challenge. Still possible to join the consortium, by the way, if there's any organization that's interested. We're in the process of doing our technical roadmap here to understand how we can make this happen. And so if this was going to become a reality, of course, I think it would bring a very disruptive change for communities around Canada. Research area number 2 is around fixed wireless. So we're aiming here to mitigate the millimeter wave limitations. So as I said before, millimeter waves for us means signals that are in the bands from 30 to 300 gigahertz. So it's 5G, FR2 and up. So this will be probably even 6G or 7G type networks later. So those, of course, can support faster data rates, but as I outlined before, the antennas will have a short reach, and you may well need a fiber to feed each antenna. And so we're trying to make it practical to deploy those in rural settings by using what we call a radio over fiber concept. And the concept here is that instead of using one optical channel to feed the data, we have to use 2 optical channels in the fiber. So it limits a bit the capacity of the fiber, but the advantage is that you can basically remove the base station at the base of the antenna, at least in principle. You'd be able to remove the base station at the base of the antenna and have just a few passive cheap components that would drive the antenna, okay? And so make it a lot more cost effective, and also improve the power consumption of the antennas in remote regions. I think that would be a very big problem. You could imagine also that you could feed the fiber to these antennas from a central station at the edge of a core metro network, or you can imagine that your central station here, in fact, is a gateway that comes from one of these ground stations in the LEO network. So it starts to give a bit of a vision of what can happen many years down the road. So just want to mention quickly, as I've still got only got a few minutes, we also have a research area on quantum encrypted communications. The reason being that this can provide ultra secure communication channels. So there's a Canadian effort, a KeySat effort led by the Canadian Space Agency, to which we're participating as well, to do a demonstration of such a link by 2024. So the initial implementation will have very low data transmissions, but what's interesting is that CSA is actually planning to use optical signals to do this demonstration. Okay? The important point here is to keep to look in the future and keep our networks secure in the long run, especially facing the advent of quantum computers that could potentially break the encryption methods that are currently in use in our networks. And the last aspect I want to highlight before I finish is that we are doing research also in artificial intelligence, and mostly the aim here is to make networks more autonomous. So of course, for example, in particular, have less human intervention, and again, that's keeping in mind the difficulties in rural and remote regions. If you want, for example, to think about an agent that could predict the failures in advance of particular components in the network, you could send your technical people once a year, replace all the gear that you know is going to fail, and then improve the reliability of the network and reduce the cost to maintain it this way. And there's a number of other things you can do also with AI to help you manage the networks more efficiently with artificial intelligence. And so with that, that's just the message I wanted to share with you today. So in summary, moving to millimeter waves and optical waves is very beneficial, potentially for network speed. In the area of fixed wireless, moving to millimeter waves means more antennas, and the mitigation we're proposing is to use a radio over fiber concept. And there's other very good contributions that can be made here, but I just wanted to highlight what NRC is working on at the moment. and we can discuss other mitigation methods also for these difficulties. In the LEO, we're really looking at enabling free space optical links from ground to satellite and between satellites. And the challenges there is to mitigate atmospheric disturbances, pointing and tracking, things like that. There's still a lot of challenges to overcome, make that a reality. And quantum and AI also, people should start to raise their awareness about these aspects of networks. And I encourage you to read about it. And thank you very much for listening to me today. And if you want to contact us, our contact information is here. If you type HTSN, the acronym for our research program, in Google, you will find us, and you will find a description of our program and contact me there. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was a really great and interesting presentation. I see that there is a bunch of activity going on in the chat about licensing processes for LEO constellations and the like. So definitely check that out if you're not reading the chat. There's some good information going on in there. All right, so next up we have a presentation from Heather Hudson. Heather, I see your little square. There you are. Hello. Oh, you're on mute, Heather.
Hi. Good morning,
Hi.
everybody, or afternoon, or whatever. Greetings, anyway.
So Heather is the professor emerita at the University of San Francisco, and she is a researcher in communication technology policies for socioeconomic development. So Heather, do you need help sharing your screen? I think we have your presentation if you want.
Okay, let me try sharing the screen. I send it to Mark just in, or maybe you have it just in case, but I'll try the sharing screen. And
oh, we can see it.
How does that work? Whoops.
We can see it perfect.
Okay. Just a little background. I was asked after actually last year by Mark and I saw to see if we could summarize what we know about Indigenous impacts of Indigenous use of the internet. And I focused on North America because there are lots of examples here, and we could certainly expand to look at the rest of the world. But for this presentation and most of the report, I looked at Canada, primarily the North, but some other regions, and Alaska and some other examples. So the report, I don't know, Katie, I have the link on my last slide, but I think you might be able to put it in the chat so people can find it. Mark has put together a better link than the first time I looked. It's kind of under resources. If not, I can put it in at the end. It's on my last slide. Anyway, then last year in Hilo, we had a workshop, short workshop on looking at evaluation. But what I wanted to do here was just present a few of the of what we know and what we still don't know, and stimulate some thinking about what we could do next. And there are many more examples in the report, and certainly I've heard examples from the discussions this week. So this is certainly illustrative and not exhaustive. But I think that what this quote actually captured what many of you have been saying, and something I found when I was looking at examples. We're copying what our parents used to do, but in modern ways. And Lucasy in Sanikiluwak in the middle of Hudson Bay and his colleagues have developed a really interesting application for sharing information when they go out to look for eider ducks, which are the mainstay of their economy. They both hunt the ducks for food, but they use the eider for their own clothing, and they also sell the down. So they have a very interesting application that combines ice information, weather information, and a lot of GPS information to share with others that are going out to look for eider ducks. There are many examples. On the left is an example from Northern Ontario, from a young artist there who said, well, now I download GPS coordinates for my trap line onto my phone, and I take that out to set up my new trap line. In Utqiagvik, or what people used to call Barrow, in northern Alaska, people can share text messages back and forth when they sight a whale. So sometimes they're very traditional uses with new technology. Sometimes they're completely new applications. Now I have to figure out how to get the next slide. Just to summarize a bit, clearly education has been mentioned a lot by some of the participants here. I think it's important to keep in mind that there are different contexts in communities, in tribal and Indigenous communities. One model is where the schools are there, but there aren't many teachers and not many with specialized expertise. And that's certainly true in Alaska, where there's a law that says if you have 10 school-age kids, you have to have a school. But that doesn't mean you have many teachers, or certainly not ones with a lot of different specialties. So there the schools are doing, looking for the teachers and the students, looking for software and other resources they can use in the classroom. Clearly the students are going online to look for information for their projects and their papers. Students who are going all the way through high school in their own communities can take advanced subjects and electives from other places, not only within the state, but from across the country. And the school districts can keep online records and share information. But that's not always the context. In some area communities we heard about yesterday, and in certainly some parts of the Canadian North, mid-North, there aren't any high schools. So in that case, students have to go away to school, and often there's people from the community who either don't go or drop out. So being able to offer them help to complete their GED and to take other distance education courses that they'd have to otherwise go away for is a model that has been implemented very successfully. And in both cases, adult education and training can really be important. Certificates, in Alaska, there have been people who've got certificates so they can qualify for jobs in cafeterias and other semi-skilled jobs in their communities. We heard from Havasupai in the Grand Canyon yesterday about teacher certification for Head Start teachers, and certainly in-service training rather than sending people all the way to a distant meeting or conference, which we heard from Indigenous people in northern BC was really impossible for their teachers to do because they would have to take a complete week away from the classroom just to get there and back. So what we don't know so much from some of these applications, and I'll mention that along the way, is so what difference did it make, or what's the impact? Did that really result in new jobs for the community? Did it result in training for skilled jobs that are in the community but people couldn't do before? This would be really helpful to know, as well as I'm going to mention the pandemic as we go through this, because I think, as some people have been talking about all week, not only have there been major problems where being online and having broadband has made a difference or could make a difference, but we've really got policymakers and funders' attention. So the more specifically we can document either how these tools, broadband tools, were used or what problems were faced, I think this is a good opportunity. Another major example is the use of the internet and connectivity for telemedicine to consult with medical specialists, and telehealth to provide health information for patients and monitor patients. Here, Alaska has a tremendous amount of very valuable information, which is, there are references in the report, or I can point people to. There have been studies over time that really show how much patient travel has been avoided because people can be treated in the communities, and how much that's saved. And Medicare and Medicaid have been very appreciative of that information, and basically shown how that have really funded that kind of support. In Canada, the model is a little different. I should say in Alaska, there are local people typically trained as first-line health workers, community health aides, which provides a really good opportunity because the people know their communities and know the people, but they don't have a tremendous amount of training. In Canada, the model is more often requiring nurses in the communities, and they're often people from the south of Canada or even from overseas. We don't have as much information as we should. There are a few case studies on savings in travel and other types of savings, but it would be really nice to know something more specific as well as the cost savings. Does telemedicine make a difference in how long nurses stay in the North? There's a lot of turnover. But I think more importantly, something that has frustrated me for decades is to see that there aren't that many people, aside from aides, from communities working in the clinics and the nursing stations, so-called. So would the use of technology for training and support make possible to train and employ more Indigenous health workers? And again, what have we learned during the pandemic? It's a terrific opportunity to find out how have patients been treated when they couldn't be put on planes, and what problems. I've heard some about bandwidth from some people in Ontario where they were asked for bandwidth that they either didn't have, or had to scramble very hard to provide for healthcare during the pandemic. And of course, there are lots of different examples of economic opportunities. I just listed a few here for those of you from the North. Iditarod sled dog races and the Yukon Quest are not only great opportunities for local people to watch, but they attract a lot of tourists, and they now have a lot of online support. This dog musher on the left is from Bethel, and his background is Yupik. He won last year. But there are also people who come, as you know, for fishing and hunting. They come to see the Northern Lights. There's a lot of interest in ecotourism, and Canada now has been promoting specifically Indigenous tourism. So the internet's really important there for all the support for reservations in lodges and other services, logistics, guest services. People won't come even though they like remote areas, they think, unless they can stay in touch with their family or maybe post their photos and their experiences online. And we don't know as much as we could about what difference is that making, or are these types of tourism, especially eco and Indigenous tourism, making for jobs in communities and revenue. Of course, the businesses and entrepreneurs are found in Indigenous and tribal communities, as well as other towns and cities. And here also, there's a fair amount of anecdotal and case study information on how they're being used. I put in a couple of pictures here as well. This is actually a co-op store in Pond Inlet. I was at it maybe 3 years ago, I think. And you can see that not only is it a store selling food and soft drinks and everything else, but it also is serving as a credit union. So often either banks are provided through the local stores or banking facilities, or there's no banking at all. And no matter which way things are done, e-banking and scanning checks and getting access through ATMs and other financial services is really important for individuals as well as businesses operating in these communities. In Alaska, the small businesses in the villages said it's really helpful to us to be able to scan and deposit a check. Otherwise, it can take weeks to get the money deposited. Businesses and crafts and other activities, as we've heard from examples here and in past ISOC meetings, have put up websites. We have one of the Umingmak Muskox Cooperative, which has been around for several decades in Alaska, and also It buys muskox wool, which is very warm and can be knit into hats and scarves and other things. And of course, being online helps them to market not only to those that find their way to their little shop in Anchorage, but can order from all over the world. Some people are able to telework from their communities, and of course, during the pandemic, this has become even more important. Can people continue to do the kind of work, whether they're in accounting, whether they're in back office support for tribal organizations, whether they're IT specialists? If they have good connectivity, they can work. If connectivity is poor, as we've heard, and we can certainly hear more from Madeline about Nunavut and even Iqaluit, that can be a real problem. Training webinars, and in Alaska, there's a very innovative application in managing wind power, so that where wind power installations have been put in with computer management based actually from University of Alaska in Fairbanks, they can manage when to use the wind power and when to cut over to the generators in villages. And I think we'll see more of those types of applications in the future. But again, we don't have as much information as would be useful about concrete data on, does it save time? Obviously, if you don't have to mail your check, or you can order services and order things that can be delivered to you. Does it save money, which is certainly true of power management, of maybe being able to get supplies faster or supplies that aren't available in the community? And do these opportunities to be online and make your business visible create new opportunities? And it would be helpful to know more about that. Indigenous languages and cultures, we've heard about some innovative applications this year and before. On the right are women who are using traditional means of communication, throat singing in Nunavut communities. I actually took that picture, was on the side of a building, as well as I heard some people doing throat singing. But it's not only showing how traditional communication is still important, but how tourists and others are willing to come and learn and about traditional dancing and communication and singing if they know about it, as well as songs that have been posted online and videos. We heard last year about a software for language learning in the Yupik region. I'd like to hear what happened with that young guy. But there are several different programs for teaching Indigenous languages, online games for using them, and sharing them among different communities, creating training videos in Indigenous languages and uploading them on YouTube. We've heard from some other sessions this week about Indigenous content and documenting of traditional activities. At the bottom there, you see elders in northwestern Ontario having feasts. I think there were Christmas feasts in several different communities, all sharing and interacting by video conference, so they could see their relatives in other villages who they might not have seen for years while they all gathered together. So there are lots of ways of creatively using these tools. It would be helpful to know how successful these activities are over time. The language learning, is it continuing? Has it been integrated into schools? Is the software updated? Are the materials kept available and preserved and accessible? Sometimes there are very interesting materials that have been documented before on other formats of video or on audio cassettes, and some groups have been very good at tracking this down, but we all have to remember that in an electronic era, it's wonderful to be able to create this stuff, but we have to be able to preserve it for future generations. So just briefly, how can we use this research? Because this is certainly a work in progress. And I think that there's the kind of formative stage. If you're able to go out and collect some information on your project or a new service that you put in while it's being implemented or early on, you can get some good information about how you might improve it, or if, are there any problems that have emerged? People might say, yeah, I think this is really great, or, well, it was, but now I've run out of, I've hit my data cap, or I couldn't explain to my grandparents how they could participate in this online chat, or I'd like to follow up, but I'm not sure how. So that can help during the formative or stage, but others also to share information, which I think is very much what these ISOC Indigenous summits are very good at. Share information with others that are either doing similar projects, and we've heard about ISPs, or are considering them and wanting to know how they might undertake such a similar activity and what problems, what they should know. And I think particularly at the moment, it's really important to see what we can learn about COVID-19, both the uses of broadband and the internet during this unfortunately ongoing pandemic, and what problems were faced. You know, there's certainly some successes, I'm sure, in terms of support for health workers and patients stuck in remote communities, but also difficulties in having enough bandwidth and reliability to actually do what health workers were asking for. How can we use the research? Well, lots of people have been talking about needing more sources of support, applying for grants, doing fundraising. So being able to document as specifically as possible what's been successful, what you've achieved, therefore why you deserve to be able, why you're credible to get some additional support, and also what also needs to be done. You might say, well, here's what we learned in phase 1, but clearly we want to do phase 2 or phase 3, or here's what we've learned so far, and in order to be able to learn more about how this application can really be beneficial, we need some additional support. I will certainly say that to provide evidence in regulatory and policy proceedings, the more specific you can be about what the benefits have been, the better in terms of credibility, especially when there are likely to be large entities that are saying funding is not necessary, or quality of service is fine, or no, we don't think there's any need for any reduction in pricing or rethinking of pricing. These are all cases where your evidence of financial information as well as benefits can really be important. In Canada, we've had discussions this week about the CRTC, and I've been involved many times in presenting information there, working with Indigenous groups. ISED, also the Canadian Parliament has had some committees where they ask very specific questions. In the US, we have the FCC that people have talked about, but also NTIA, the Department of Agriculture, state regulators. Again, this information can really be put to use. And of course, sharing it with people in other contexts and other parts of the world, academically and professionally, is really important. Excuse me. So just keep in mind, I mean, we can't do a whole workshop in half an hour on evaluation, but thinking about indicators, what's important to look for? Are we saving on people traveling? Are we saving on training? Are more people finishing high school or eligible for training? What about use of Indigenous languages and culture? What about either creating jobs or having people trained for existing jobs in the communities? Support for current economic activities, maybe even new activities that need online training, support, outreach. And what about getting people to stay in the community, or even come back to the community. So, excuse me again. Just finally, and I know there have been other sessions on this, and I just wanted to make the point that community research as ISOC has been really helping people to develop, and I've been working with a few of these projects, and I think Rod McMahon, who's on here, can certainly add to this. But the important thing is to do this in consultation with the community so that they understand, well, why are you asking me these questions or asking me what's going on here? Getting their permission, showing them that we're all trying to learn together about this, whether this project is working to benefit people. And maybe we're also trying to learn to help other communities that are interested in doing the same thing. And getting people involved in the research itself as both certainly sources of information, but also as researchers and interviewers, because that's the best way to train the next generation of researchers, but also show the community that what's being learned can be useful to them. So I guess we have not too much time for questions, but I'm happy to follow up, and I haven't been able to look at the chat, so I hope somebody's been able to post this long link online. So I'll pause at this point. And I'm happy, I don't know if there's a way to share slides, but the report is something that you can easily download right away. So thank you. Questions, comments? I guess I can try to find my way back here.
If anyone has a question, also feel free to just unmute and hop in.
I will say that if I can do it while we're still on, there's a link to a very interesting short video. I think it's about 3 minutes that Alaska Public Media posted from interviews they did with teachers and superintendents in villages in Alaska, saying we need better broadband. It's what we're trying to do during COVID really just isn't good enough, and here's the problem. No questions, no interest. I think it would be really good to also see if we can come up with kind of a research plan at the beginning and put it in the recommendations this week about research we could do about uses, both constructively how the internet and broadband have been used during the COVID pandemic, and also what problems have been faced during the pandemic. I don't know, Rob, if you want to comment at all on research activities that are going on through ISOC and your other work in the North.
Sure. Thanks, Heather. I can briefly talk about, and I will be, for people interested in the digital literacy session, I'll be talking a little bit about some work we're doing in the Northwest Territories, which includes some community surveys and outreach activities related to digital literacy. And I think Heather was maybe wanting to mention too some of the work we've started doing with the University of Hawaii and the Nation of Hawaii, so Bumpy and Brandon and their group with respect to doing some evaluations of the community network there. Did you want to expand on that at all, Heather?
Why don't you say a little bit more about that?
Sure. So, of course, with COVID, we've had to really kind of slow things down because we really want to develop an evaluation framework that involves community members collecting data through household surveys. But of course, we have to mitigate for risk there, public health risk. But we've been working to develop a methodology with Brandon and Bumpy whereby people go house to house using iPads and doing remote data collection. So you can use a program like SurveyMonkey is one. There's others, of course, where you can collect data on an iPad when you don't have an internet connection, complete a survey, and then once you're back on a Wi-Fi network, you can upload that onto like an online dashboard. So we've developed a set of questions there with respect to some of the impacts and uses of their community network. And the idea is that we collect that information. We work with Brandon to to actually collect that data, and then that feeds into some digital literacy activities that we're hoping to develop with the community. So that informs some of the work on offering workshops about uses and adoption and that kind of stuff around the community network.
Great, thanks. I'm just putting into the chat the link for the little video about need for better broadband in village schools in Alaska. So you can click on that later. It's only about 3 minutes, but it's pretty powerful, saying here's the problems we're facing, and here's what we need to work on if we're really going to continue to try to do distance education during the pandemic and afterwards. I'm trying to read the chat at the same time. I don't know if Katie can help me. Or if there are other questions.
Sally just had a comment. She said that she thinks your presentation is a good resource to show at the local tribal council level, because many leaders understand that the internet is important, but they don't always understand all of the ways the internet contributes to the local economy. And then also, Sasha, it looks like you have a hand up. Do you just want to unmute and ask a question?
Hi, Professor. How are you? It was an amazing presentation. I really like the way that you approach all the communities. I want to know more about statistics of all the approach of these programs. If you have some links to statistics, I would like to know more. Thank you.
Okay, good question. I think if you look at the report and the references in the report, you'll see links to some of the studies. One of my frustrations was that there are some good statistics in some areas, especially in some telemedicine and some others. And in others, there are more anecdotes or short cases which are really insightful, but don't tell us as much as we might. So I see the link for the report is up there. The references, my email, I can put that in the chat too. It's on, please feel free to contact me. And I do hope that we can continue the research that Rob was mentioning about Internet Society funded local broadband networks, but there are also many of you out there that have ongoing projects or are involved with communities that do. And I think this would be a great time. I sought to support some of this research during this pandemic phase so that people will have the ammunition to say either both and. Here's what we did, here's why broadband and internet was so important during this pandemic and how we made it work. And also here's the problems that we still face in areas, as they mentioned, in the villages and Alaska schools, and certainly other places we've heard about, where it just pointed out that we need more bandwidth or more reliable bandwidth or more affordable connectivity for the future. It's easy to say, but the more you can document, the better. And it's amazing too, there are examples from different parts of the world that show similar findings. And there's a few macro studies referred to at the beginning of the report too, for whoever that was, Sasha, that you might find of interest.
Yes, I would like to make a comparative. I live in Latin America, but it's very similar to the whole the reserve have the same problems about connectivity, and I want to make that like a cross-national research.
Sure.
If can apply for the funds, would be nice.
Thank you. Yes, we would. I think that would be terrific. Also, across the Arctic, there's now interest in comparative studies among Indigenous people across the North, as well as you said, in different regions in Latin America, in Africa, and also in the Pacific. The Southern Pacific has many small islands that are quite isolated and that are quite similar in many ways to some of the situations faced among tribal and Indigenous communities here.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thanks for your question. Katie, I'm not sure, is there, do we have any more time, or are we bumping up against something else?
We're about to bump up into our breakout sessions. So I think I'm going to transition to that now. And Heather, you have included your email, which is fantastic. And the report link is also in the chat. So definitely everyone check that out. And if you have any more questions, Heather's email is right there. And thank you so much, Heather, for that fantastic presentation and for all that information.
Well, thanks to everyone. I always learn a lot from people at these meetings and elsewhere, and I look forward to collaborating in the future with you.
Fantastic, thank you. So now we're going to move into our breakout sessions. I'm going to take a quick moment to list off the breakouts that we have. So what happened was we sent out that survey yesterday and this morning. If you didn't get a chance to fill it out, we assigned you to a room, but if you have the most updated version of Zoom, you should be able to move yourself around between breakout rooms. So the first breakout room in Winnipeg is network planning, and that's with Spencer Sevilla. The second breakout room in Hilo is community networks, where to begin, with Kat Blake, who is with CTC Technology and Energy. Room in Nuvik is digital literacy with Rob McMahon, who is from the University of Alberta. And Room Santa Fe is navigating the policy landscape and making effective change with Deb Socia from the Enterprise Center and Chris Mitchell from the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. So with that, one more announcement is that we are going to do the same thing we've been doing for the past 2 days, where we're going to have these conversations, let them kind of exist for as long or as short as we want them to, but we will come back together at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 p.m. Pacific Time to report out our outcomes. So a quick note, it would be great if someone in each room could be taking notes, and if each room could assign someone to present those notes at the readout, whether that be the note taker or the person who is presenting, or whatever your preference is. So with that, Greg, I think we are ready to move to our breakout rooms. Hi, everyone. So I think we're waiting on Kat, who is going to be our discussion leader for this, and I can go check on her really quickly.
Great. Well, hi, everyone. I see a lot of familiar faces in here, which is fantastic. I am Kat Blake. I am currently an analyst at CTC Technology and Energy. We work with public sector entities across the US on broadband strategy, planning, and implementation. Prior to my time at CTC, I was a senior program manager at Next Century Cities, which is a DC-based nonprofit that works with local leaders on, again, broadband planning and also policy advocacy with the goal of universal, affordable, accessible broadband for all. So that's a little bit of my background. I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to attend the ICS last year with the Internet Society, and that was such a meaningful experience for me. And I know I met a lot of you there. And one thing that I really appreciate about a lot of these conversations with the Internet Society is that we're often, talking about the topic of technology, but the conversation is really about community and how we can all leverage that technology to build communities that support a quality of life that we're all really excited about and proud of. So that's always resonated with me because I don't have a technology background. I have a social sciences background, and that's always what's drawn me to the topic of internet access, is the idea of equity and how we can use it to get there. So I'm really excited to be here. I have a couple of slides that I'm hoping we can use to just kind of frame the discussion and maybe offer a starting point for discussion. But I would love for the majority of the session to be really interactive and just a conversation between everyone in the room. I know there's a lot of experience in this room, so I'd love to offer a bit of mine and share where I'm coming from with my experience, and then kind of open it up and see what everyone's thoughts are. Let's see. It's gonna be the challenge if I can control my technology here. So I think, I framed kind of the idea of where to begin with community networks around a series of questions we can kind of ask ourselves when we're thinking about building a community network. And especially if we're thinking about a goal of building a network that will meet our community's needs, and why it's important to take these kind of specific considerations into account as we do that planning, to make sure that we're thinking about targeted investment that's really going to make an impact and solve some of the problems that we're hoping to. And I'd also just like to say that if anyone has comments or questions throughout kind of this beginning framing stage, please feel free to just jump in. No hand raising necessary. So the first question I think that's important to think about when we're getting started with community networks is really drilling down on, what do you need? What are you hoping to get out of a network project in your community? And I think before you can do that, it's important to define what that need is. And we can get there by asking ourselves some of these specific questions, and then looking also at the gaps between the answers to those questions. So what is service like in your community currently? And what do you want it to look like? And how big is that gap? And ultimately, later in the conversation, what is it going to take to close that gap in terms of technology resources, financial resources, or partnerships? So how can we go about answering this question? I think we can tackle this through both quantitative and qualitative data collection. So both by conducting speed tests, making sure you really have an idea of what service is available, if any. I think it's important to collect some numbers here to make sure you get a sense of what the community's capacity needs might be. So maybe at the very beginning of this process, you're thinking 25.3, it might sound like a great goal if you're US based and that's the federal standard. And then you conduct a few speed tests and see that you're actually currently sitting at maybe 15.3, and you realize that you're going to need a lot more. So collecting some of that data at the beginning to make sure you're setting meaningful goals. And then also qualitative data, I think, is so important to have meaningful community engagement, not only at this beginning stage of the process, but really throughout the entire planning process. And that community engagement is going to be really important throughout to make sure there's ongoing support for a project, because building a network can be really hard and complicated, and it's not usually a simple, easy process. So making sure that you're checking in with the community and thinking about needs and making sure everyone's on the same page and excited will carry a project really far. And that's also how we can define, what we want the end result to look like. The strategy for building out a network, if the goal is primarily to connect every school with really robust service, or if it's primarily to ensure there's adequate service in every home, that's going to look a little different down the line. So it's important to start thinking about what those goals are from the beginning. And I'd also like to note that I think it's really important that this kind of evolves throughout the course of the project. So this shouldn't be stagnant over time. You've checked a box at the beginning, kind of thought about your goals, and now you can put that aside and move forward. But it's really natural for that to continue to evolve as priorities shift, as you start to explore some of the other questions. So I think the next question that's really important to think about here is, what resources are available in the community that could help inform your strategy moving forward? And I like to think about this in terms of physical assets, but also potential partnership assets. So when we're thinking about physical assets for building out a community network, we can do a deep dive into what's available in the community to see if there might be any existing communications infrastructure, whether that's actual lines of infrastructure or conduit or even towers that might be available. This kind of analysis is really important to understand what your sources of backhaul might be, not only locally, but also regionally, which can inform the viability of different types of networks. And that'll inform, what kind of network you can build and where. And this can often be achieved both through field surveys, but also through talking to partners, which kind of brings us to the second set of resources, which really are the partners in the area. And that's something that I love about the Internet Society and this conference every year, is that it often really puts a focus on partnerships, which are so critical, because none of us have every resource that's needed to pull off a full community network from start to finish. We need the help of our partners. So it's really important to ask if there are any people in the community or the region that are already maybe doing similar work that you could either learn from or perhaps partner with moving forward. Next, we can start to crystallize kind of what we want this solution to look like once we've gotten a handle on some of the other questions. So what kind of technology should you use is an important consideration. Are we looking at a fixed wireless network? Are we looking at a fiber network? A few things to consider when we're making these kinds of decisions are the topography of the region, what your capacity needs are. So this kind of brings in some of that first set of questions. Is 100 megabits going to be enough for what we need, or do we need a fiber gigabit connection in order to make this a meaningful project for our community? And then also the available backhaul will inform some of what our end solution can look like. And finally, the budget of the project as well. And then next we can consider, what role do you want to play, whether that you in this scenario is you as an individual or your local government, whoever that may be. But it's important to think really honestly about what roles, risks, and responsibilities you want to take on. And that's what the beauty of partnerships really is that can be distributed. So you can think about, if you're interested in being an infrastructure owner or a network operator or serving as an ISP in the community, and taking stock of what those different roles are and how they fit your entity's strengths and what you're interested in taking on can also help to have that partnership take form. And then finally, what are your financial options? I think it's important to take stock of a financial model and see what that can tell you about, the realisticness of a variety of projects. Financial model can help evaluate a lot of different inputs and outputs for a project, such as capital costs, potential revenues. And it can also help you unpack what the effects of those different financial elements are on ultimately the viability of your network. And the cool thing about a financial model is that you can kind of tweak those different elements in a what if situation. And that can help you prepare for things that you might not otherwise be able to expect. So, you can anticipate, what if we, in the engineering phase of this network, find that the capital costs are actually going to be double what we thought they were going to be. You can make those tweaks and kind of see how that flows through the rest of the viability of the network. And then last, thinking about what grants might be available. Building broadband can be really expensive, and it's important to understand, what is available either at the federal level or the state or province level in terms of funding, and what those different eligibility requirements are. And this can actually, you can really do yourself a favor if you collect good data in the beginning of this process, because if you've documented well what that gap in your need is, that can be a really compelling addition to a grant application. So I just wanted to offer this as sort of some key considerations that we can think through to guide the beginning stages of that planning process for getting a community network off the ground. These are some of the big picture ways, I've thought about this process in my various roles. But this is also a super nebulous process. And a lot of these different questions flow into one another. And frankly, it's never a simple or linear thing to conceptualize and get a community network off the ground. So unfortunately, there's no set of key steps you can follow and ensure that everything will go according to plan. So that's why I think a discussion session like this is so important to learn from one another. And I know there are people in our virtual room who have thought a lot about this, whether you've built a network or not. So I'd love to have us all chat now about maybe we can start with first reactions to this framework. In everyone's experience, do you think this is certainly missing some things? This is not comprehensive. So does anyone want to jump in with, some key considerations that they've found to be important and they're thinking through how to get started?
So, Kat, this is Gabriel Montoya. I'm from New Mexico. We developed a community network from 3 counties, 1 city, and 4 tribal nations for 140 miles worth of fiber and microwave network. I think your framework is actually point on. It gives enough room to wiggle to lean to the needs of each community. But I think you hit all the key points, and I do appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabe. I really appreciate that, and it's good to hear from you. So I didn't want to disagree and tell me that I'm missing something really big.
I think another key question would be, who's your competition? So sometimes, you know, who are your potential partners, but also who would be your competition, or what other projects might be pushing your project away from coming to fruition?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. You know, who are the other players in the area? And I think it's important to be able to engage those players early in the process, and you can kind of feel out whether they might be friend or foe to you throughout the process. And also from another practical standpoint, it's really important to know who else is in the area if you are hoping to pursue grant funding, especially if maybe some of those other competing entities have received federal dollars in the past. That can make a big impact on what your network might be eligible for. So I think that's a really important consideration. Anyone else?
It's less of a comment and kind of a question for Gabe, actually. But as far as community buy-in goes, I guess this is what you described, Gabe, is kind of like community, like the buy-in of leadership in multiple communities, kind of along a chain, I'm assuming backhaul from Albuquerque. And so I am curious, adding this question, but also seeking an answer from your experience of like what that buy-in from multiple community leaders looked like, and if the doors just kind of opened and, you know, you got green lights all the way, or, you know, if it's like dominoes where if you took one out, if the whole thing was just not going, the chain wasn't going to work, and just what that experience was like.
You know, that was probably the hardest thing with the whole network, is getting everybody to agree. The reality of the different governments even understanding what the benefit of having these connectivity was probably our largest hurdle. Once they understood that, they were actually, our communities were some of the last ones to connect to our network, which was ironic. Although most of the connections come out of Albuquerque, we did it differently. We ran it towards Texas. So we connected into a line going out of Texas, because one of the things we did look at is who our competition was, and when they went down, how are we going to be different? How are we going to stand out differently? So we went with a different backhaul provider initially, and then as we grew, then we got redundancy and used the other one to loop into all those other different fiber loops throughout the nation. But you're right. Each county commission meeting was different from every tribal council meeting. You know, I come from a huge background of policy and community relations, and I think that was my benefit for the organization, to help restructure it in a way that made sense for everybody. I think we started with a 3 gig connection for the whole network, and now that I stepped down as chairman, we're running a 10 gig connection with a minimal oversubscription rate. We're only allowed to oversubscribe by 4, which fits within a good business model and allows the network to be extremely competitive with the 2 incumbents that they're competing against.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabe. I'm curious if, you know, Gabe, I don't want to pick on you too much, but if you or anyone else in the room, how you've kind of thought about figuring out and drilling down on what those community needs are, and really the goal of the network. Because it's one thing to say, you know, I want to build better broadband. It's another to have a really targeted set of goals for the project. I'm curious how you or anyone else who wants to jump in has thought about that. Again, regardless of whether or not you've been involved in the process of building a network, but maybe even during your time at the ICS so far, you know, how have your wheels been turning in terms of thinking about what a network would mean in the community?
I can jump in a little bit if you don't mind. I think education, law enforcement, and emergency response, that's the fabric that connects across the board. Everybody needs that. And there is, everybody will agree on that. They won't agree on our government needing more bandwidth, on what we need to do there, on even getting the last mile. But they'll agree on those components. As long as you open that door, then it allows for more discussion because they're seeing the positivity and everything else.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
That was law enforcement, education, and what was the third one?
Medical, anything having to do with medical.
Makes sense. And did you see those evolve over time, Gabe, or did you have a good sense maybe at the beginning of the process, just knowing your community well, that that's what was going to resonate?
It was education and evolution. I think you had to educate not only in the actual meetings, but having, I think in one of the other breakout sessions, it was like having those relationships to be able to talk to everybody separately. That's important because as you educate one county commissioner and they're doing better for their community, then everybody else wants to do it, right? So you compete, you have them, you use the competitive edge of their elected position to push the agenda of being able to get broadband. That was what I found to be one of the bigger triggers. At times I would even say, well, such and such a tribe's already doing this if you'd like to see it. And just the competitive nature alone would require them to want to do it.
That's great insight. Does anyone else have any thoughts on that part of the process, thinking about your goals for the network? See some thoughtful faces.
Kat, I have a note on, I guess it would be a sub question under who are your potential partners.
Yeah.
I think something that we talk a lot about here at the ICS is, you know, making sure that there's really meaningful engagement with your partners. So a lot of times, you know, providers that aren't, you know, from the community that they're trying to serve, they won't have meaningful engagement. They will just kind of swoop in with a solution that they think is going to work, but is just not going to work because they didn't create it with the community. And so I think under who are your potential partners, another important question to think about, especially when we're talking about community networks specifically, is what do you want your partnerships to look like? And, you know, what are your goals for engaging with your partners?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that speaks really well to the process of also thinking about what you want your role to look like is integral to that partnership model. And I tend to think about this sort of on a sliding scale. I don't know if it's an oversimplification, but in my brain, there's a little sliding scale. And as you increase your own responsibility roles in a partnership, you also increase your own risk. So the more that you decide to take on as an entity, if you want to be all in on the infrastructure, you're going to own it, you're operating the network, you're the ISP, you're managing customer relationships and billing, all of that control falls to you, which can be a really good thing. But also all of the risk is on your shoulders as well. And I think to Anna's point, it's important to take stock as a whole community about as you form that partnership and you think about how you're going to break up that responsibility, what you're comfortable having someone else take on, and what is really important stays in your own purview. Maybe another question for the group is, in thinking about starting out with community networks, what is often kind of the biggest sticking point or the hurdle that seems the highest to anyone in the room? Because it's certainly not an easy or simple process. I'm curious where people tend to feel stuck. For me, it's in a lot of the grant management.
Hanali, I saw that you put a comment into the chat that you have 8 villages and are connecting with community partnerships and looking for funds to start. Do you have any more thoughts on that and how, the obstacles that you're facing? Not to put you on the spot. If you're in a noisy place, don't worry about it.
And I'm having some trouble seeing the chat too. Do you know how I can look at that?
I think if you go to the top of the screen that you're sharing and you kind of see a little green bar, you can see some little Zoom widgets. And did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. Thanks. Sorry, we unfortunately don't use Zoom at my job. I wish that we did. So I'm out of Zoom practice. Let's see here. Yeah, looking for funds to start is definitely an important consideration to know what you have available to put on the table and what you need to look for from others. I would say in terms of really broad grant strategy best practices, going back to what I touched on before, to the extent that you can document in any sort of quantifiable terms what the status of either connectivity or your economic need in the community is, that can be a huge resource when applying for grants. Whenever you can include in a grant application a really specific description of what your need is, that can go a really long way. And also letters of support for many grants is a huge part of what plays into that grant evaluation, and it can actually be one of the hardest things to get. That process just takes a long time. Getting letters of support from the community is not as straightforward as filling out a budget form that you can do on your own. And it's such a key part of the process. So making sure that community engagement is strong can make that process a lot easier. Let's see. Awesome.
Maybe I can add something. Hi, I'm Kathy.
Hi, Kathy.
So I work with the Research and Education Network in Ontario, and we connect all of the colleges and universities and some libraries and hospitals and other kinds of things like that, public kinds of institutions. And we're like everywhere, there's some seriously underconnected areas, and many of them are on Indigenous lands, and we're trying to figure out, how we can help be part of the solution. Certainly, we are not the solution, but we just want to figure out how to help. And so I've been working with, I've created an advisory group to figure out what could we do that would best support good solutions. And some of the Indigenous communities that we're working to get the Indigenous institutes connected to our network, because that seems to be the best next step. And certainly you can't, like, there are reasons why the Indigenous institutes are not connected to us. They don't have a good connection back to where we are. And that's because their community doesn't have any connections, or very little. And so we've been trying to work with them to see, how could, what can they do within their community that would help with that, because they do want to have better connections, especially for education. There was someone else who was talking about education being a really big driver. And I think for them, it's like there are so many competing things to work on. It's putting someone kind of dedicated to working on it in the community. And I get it. It's like, it's not like they have any shortage of things to do. There are lots of things to take care of, many competing, housing and water and, all sorts of things. So we've been finding that just having someone who can play a champion within the community, play that role of, coordinating the community around this issue is a really key barrier to being able, like, it's not that they don't want it. It's just having someone who can organize has been a key issue.
Thanks for sharing that. That's really insightful. And I totally agree. I've certainly experienced that. The resources that it takes to be able to dedicate someone, like a full-time staff person often, to managing an effort like this is not easy to do. It's no small feat. And I think you're absolutely right. It's often necessary in order for meaningful coordination. Does anyone else have experience tackling that issue?
Hello, my name is Merrill Yassi. I'm with
We're losing your audio a bit there, Merrill.
I'm in New Mexico, and I'm a planner. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, we may have lost Merrill. Merrill, you're also muted. I see that you're muted on my screen right now, so.
And give him some time to jump in. Or Merrill, if you can hear us also, if you're having some trouble with the audio, would love to hear what you have to say if you want to include it in the chat, if your audio is not working.
I agree with the last comments, because having someone on the ground being able to promote the initiative is huge. But I'd like to take it a step back and understanding, probably one of the other hurdles is understanding what kind of organization and what it looks like, determining powers of decision, determining ownership rights, liability rights, all of that stuff plays a huge part in being able to determine whether a community wants to move forward as well.
Definitely. So maybe that goes back to, what we were discussing earlier about how to structure those partnerships. Who is the entity that's responsible for a lot of this? And I think it's important to bake that into the community engagement process. Is that reflective of what you're getting at?
Exactly. I know we covered it, but I just want to reemphasize it, because that is a constant hiccup with every other community network I've talked to in the nation, is that the way they organize sometimes makes sense initially, but it doesn't make a business sense or a sustainability sense, which could cause issues more down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. Being able to be flexible about that, especially as you move through the planning process and hopefully gather more and more information and learn more about where you're hoping to go. Being able to adjust and pivot that model is really important. Awesome. I know we've asked a lot of questions here, and I've presented a screen with like 12 questions. I'm wondering if anyone has any particular resources they want to share about, what's been helpful to them as they've worked through this process or thought about some of these questions. I know from my perspective, probably the best resources in my own experience have quite literally been like the ICS and conferences like this, just talking to other people who have done the work and learning from everyone else's experiences. What are some other sources of information and resources and guidance that have been helpful for people who might have tackled this process? Or maybe if you're feeling like you're at the beginning stages, what resources would you be looking for?
This is Merrill again. I think I got kicked out.
Hey, Merrill. If you're coming through loud.
I just wanted to add that we're going through this process right now. We have a fiber to the home build out that's currently in process, and we're looking to be completed in December. And so it would have been really helpful if we had, the expertise on the ground. I had mentioned earlier that my background is in architecture, and I don't really have a technical background. And the Pueblo has never had an IT department, and so there was really no one in the community to rely on in terms of IT and creating these networks. So we've had to rely on other tribal communities just to ask these basic questions. What in terms of like capacity building, or IT, we don't know who to hire or what questions to ask when we're hiring an IT staff. And so we've had to reach out to these communities to ask these questions and just to get some background information. I mean, because we're doing this really with no expertise. For some reason, it just landed in my department. Maybe because we're, staff of younger folks, and they think we have, some sort of knowledge. So that's one of the difficulties at the Pueblo.
Thanks, Merrill. Yeah, I think it's kind of notable that most of our discussion so far, isn't technology specific. I think that's actually one of the really cool parts about this kind of planning process, I think, or it makes me excited because I'm not a technologist, is that a lot of times, the technology exists for this to happen, and it's really a matter of organizing and prioritizing how we can get there, and hoping that if you don't have the answer to every question, somebody who does know the answer, or somebody who can tell you how to figure out the answer. And Merrill, it sounds like that was important for your process, was leaning on other people who had gone through something similar and could offer some of that guidance. Hanali, I see in the chat that you said you had a meeting this morning with the IT1. Sounds like a great resource. I'm not familiar with them. if you'd like to unmute and tell us a little bit about that, that would be awesome. Or if anyone else is familiar with IT1 and wants to jump in.
So I'm all new to this. Can you hear me? I don't
Yes.
know if my mic is on. So I just been attending all these like webinars and this the summit and going to the workshops for the last 6 weeks.
Awesome.
And then I'm working with a guy named Brian Miracle when the 2.5 gigahertz came out. He's really familiar with it. He's been in communications for 20 years. So he's the one that did the webinar, and he's coming out of Anchorage, Alaska. So it was I got an email from him yesterday asking to be to attend it. And it was on broadband planning webinar.
Cool.
But he's like a individual, I don't know what you call them, contractor, I guess. Like,
great. I'm glad he was a good resource, and thanks for sharing. I don't want to put you on the spot, but you had something else in the chat earlier as well, talking about how to start a conversation among the 8 villages in your community, thinking about moving forward with the community network. Do you want to share anything about that process?
I haven't started yet, but they are all on board. They all wanted to apply for the 2.5 gigahertz. So our region is like the Otna region, and we have 8 villages within the Otna region. And we already have like a supporting resolution, but then we needed another supporting resolution for them to get on this 2.5 gigahertz to make sure this is really what they wanted. So Brian had a big impact on that. That guy's like phenomenal. Like, he's this one guy, and I kind of like tried to help him a little bit, but he applied for all 8 villages plus some in like the Doyon region. And so he just contacted the villages and got a confirmation over the phone, and then got a supporting resolution. But it all started with one community. They heard about it, and then they contacted us because we work with all the 8 villages. We have like a little where we work with hunting and we work with hunting regulation and then fishing regulation. And we also offer our 8 villages energy. So it's like food, fuel, and work. So we're trying to get all our communities connected and just working off one another and helping each other. But I'm just like, I want to get like a champion, I guess, in each community so we could start this process and planning and making sure that we're all on the same page, because it has a lot going through all these trainings. It has a lot of technical, and a lot of our villages aren't, I guess, feasible or like fit for that.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that we could just get them all involved in learning and, getting them jobs. And because I was watching the Hawaiians and how they got their people going, even though they don't have degrees and stuff in communication. But I think it's all, we could get a done. It's just getting everybody on the same page and moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. Especially coordination among so many different entities like that. I can see how that would be an important place to start. Thanks for sharing that. I saw that, Kathy, also you put in the chat a really important point that you've heard that an important step in enabling community broadband can be about establishing broadband-friendly policies. For example, dig once, simplifying access agreements, and modifying building codes. Thoughts? Yeah, I totally agree. I'm actually going to go a little bit off script for the extent that I had one to begin with, and show you guys a resource that I used in my former job that actually outlines a lot of those policies. Hopefully it is helpful. I helped develop this toolkit when I was at Next Century Cities. Oh, can you guys still see my screen?
Yep.
Yes. Okay, great. You're seeing my whole desktop. Perfect. So this toolkit is a resource that exists on the Next Century Cities website, nextcenturycities.org. And it essentially addresses a lot of the questions that we're talking about here, about basically what are some action steps that you can take if you want to make your community primed for broadband investment, whether that's from you building out that infrastructure or another entity building out that infrastructure. The toolkit touches on a lot of the different themes we've talked about, including leadership and building a community movement. I want to highlight now the policy section that because it addresses a lot of what you mentioned, Kathy. So this section talks about some of those different best practice policies that can be implemented at the local level to support broadband investment, including dig once, simplified permitting practices, and such. What I like about this toolkit is that it includes actually sample ordinances in here. So let me see if I can find one. But essentially, see, here's one. So it takes you right here. If you're interested in, right-of-way ordinances, we've linked here to a couple of example ones that have been implemented. So sometimes that's helpful to explore. It can be easier to start with someone else's draft that you can modify for your own use instead of coming up with something from scratch. So I can put the link to that in the chat if folks are interested in exploring the toolkit, because I think that's a really important point. Does anyone else have any policies that have been particularly helpful to either implement or try to implement? And sorry, I'm struggling a little bit with my screen here.
Kathy had a question in the chat of whether that resource that you just showed us is American or for any country. I think specifically, like the draft agreements and.
Yeah, that's a great question. It pulls all from the United States. I would imagine that could be adaptable to a degree. I can't speak to how transferable it might be. It is US-based documents, but hopefully they could still provide a starting point.
Thanks.
Let's see. Cool. Any other thoughts on getting started with community networks?
Kat, I have a question. Well, I guess it's for you, but it's also for everyone else in the room because everyone has a ton of experience. Something you talked about that piqued my interest was looking on my notes to see where I was. Oh yeah, when you're doing like a financial model, or I don't even know if it needs to be a financial model, but when you're, thinking about these what if situations and you're preparing yourself for the worst possible outcome, I mean, what in your experience have been some of the, unexpected outcomes that have happened? Because, if you're just getting started, you might not know like what could even happen. Is it commonplace for a partner to drop out last minute? What do you do then? Or is that just not even commonplace at all? Questions like that.
Yeah, that's a fun one to dig into. Yeah, I can certainly offer some examples from my own experience, and if anyone feels comfortable sharing theirs too. I think partners dropping out is an unfortunate reality sometimes that has to be considered. I have worked with a community in the past that developed a whole grant application with a private sector partner until it was about ready to be submitted, and that partner essentially dropped the partnership and applied for the grant themselves. That is a reality sometimes, and I think it speaks to the importance that others have touched on in this conversation of knowing who your partners are and building trust with them and making sure that they're in it for the right reasons. I don't want to, certainly don't want to sugarcoat that, is all roses. You're finding like a broadband best friend, it's still a partnership that has to be navigated with caution. So I think that's one worst case scenario that we could consider. Another, I think something that to a lesser degree that I see more often, it's not necessarily a catastrophe, but in the engineering phases of a network, there are so many little factors that are hard to anticipate really down to the T. So you can estimate network costs based on average per mile costs of burying fiber or attaching to poles kind of in your region. But sometimes it takes until you're a little bit deeper in the process and you get out in the field and you see that almost all of the poles are going to have to be replaced for you to attach to them. And that adds a lot of cost to the deployment aspect of your project. So I wouldn't consider that a catastrophe, but I think that is a more common reality of just the planning process of engineering the network itself and what that's going to look like. Sometimes you have to be really flexible with those plans kind of deep into the process, and that can be scary, especially if you're operating on a tight budget.
I'd also like to hear if anyone else in the room has any worst case scenarios happen to them, or, even if you prepared for what if scenarios and they didn't happen, what kind of scenarios did you prepare for, and how did you create backup plans?
I can discuss one backup plan situation while others are thinking or deciding if they want to share. Something to think about often in also the grant application phase is if anticipating a partner will play a role in your network. I think this might be a little bit redundant to what I touched on before, but thinking about what is your plan B if that partner decides not to be the right fit, especially if you're in that nebulous beginning phase of kind of developing your idea for the network, and you've approached a partner and you're like, oh, this would be a great fit because we could use this partner's backhaul. maybe they'd want to operate the network, and then we would be golden. But there's still a lot of planning that happens between like approaching that partner and signing a memorandum of understanding or some other document to kind of codify that relationship a little further. And I think it's important to think about, if that doesn't happen, how you're going to approach that role next. And sometimes you can decide that you'll take that on if the partner drops out. So if we don't find someone else to offer service over our network, we will light the network, that kind of thing. It can be worth thinking about if that plan B is something you're willing to consider or not.
I also understand that that question that I asked is not the most optimistic question in the world, and it's kind of a sad thing to think about. So if people don't want to share, that's, I get it. But I kind of have another question of, I mean, I guess like on the flip side of that, asking like, what's the best case scenario that's kind of what you plan for, right? Or, like, to what degree do you make plans of like, this is my best case scenario versus like, what's realistic for me or something?
Yeah, that's a good question. In how I think about that, I think that kind of crystallizes in the, I don't know if my mouse shows up on the screen, but in the like what resources are available phase is kind of where that starts to become clear if your best case scenario is possible, or if we have to start expectation setting a little bit more. So, often, we're working with a community now where backhaul is a big concern. So all the other pieces for the network could be in place. Like we could be pretty set for fiber to the premises. But right now we're kind of struggling to find a good source of backhaul. And I think that comes to light in the what resources are available kind of realm of this project. That's where kind of the expectation leveling comes in a bit. Any other thoughts or reactions or ideas?
Well, Anna, I think your points are well in line because, there is that opportunity that your partners aren't going to be good fits. One of the things that I like to do is on top of vetting your partners from the get-go, but allowing legal language within the founding documents that would give you some wiggle room and not destroy the entity to ensure that you can still move forward. Because quite frankly, 5 years down from now, the reality of them being a valued partner may not even be there any longer. The missions on both organizations may have changed or whatever. But I think you make a great point because a lot of people don't think about that. It's not always kumbaya and skipping all the way down the sidewalk. At some point, you got to be ready to part ways if you need to.
Totally. And I'm not sure if you'd like to speak to if you all have done any of this, but sometimes that's something we can think about building into some of those contract agreements with our partners. So for example, if you were leasing full access to your network to a provider to operate, you can set what that term limit is and how you'd like to set the options for renewal. Or if you're partnering with someone else's network, you can talk about a right to first refusal, which essentially is if that network is put up for sale by the other entity, you have the first option to be able to purchase it from them. There's like a little bit of a safety net there that the entire network can't be sold by your partner and you'll be hung out to dry completely. So there are a couple of things that can be baked into the more official framework of those partnerships to cover some of your bases there and anticipate what those changes might be.
Are there any other questions or anyone who wants to share an experience that they've had that could be useful to this discussion?
I'll just make a comment that I think this is such a good way to start, and it's nice to see these considerations just kind of put on a page, because I think it can be so overwhelming for even once you find the champion of a community who will really be motivated to start asking questions and start making those connections and get the ball rolling. It can just be so overwhelming for people. And so just to really slow it down and think through these critically is just such an important step. And I think it's what a lot of community members need to understand that they have the power and that they have the access to the information that answers a lot of these questions, and that even maybe they already know a lot of this, and so they're actually even farther along the road than they think that they are. So I think that this is really helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Dara. I'm glad to hear that, and really grateful for everyone sharing their experiences and their expertise.
Kat, I have one more question that I just thought of, because I know the point of the session is, where to begin, and this is just kind of like the beginning stages. But then I was thinking like, well, what's next? What's the next takeaway? And one thing I was thinking about was, maintaining and sustaining the network. And, how do you build that into, because I think that's something you have to think about from the very beginning. And in the experiences that you've seen and in the cities, towns, and counties that you've worked with, how does that factor into their planning from the beginning?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think it goes back to a point that was made before about staff capacity, honestly, and capacity building within your organization, both at a staff and budget level, and ensuring that time is prioritized in the organization, whether we're talking about within a local department of a local IT department. Is this something that they're going to be able and willing to devote 50% of time to moving forward? Because you're right, it has to be sustainable, it has to be ongoing. So I think the first and most important consideration is staffing and resources there, and also building and sustaining that community support throughout the entire project, because it can be a bumpy road. And if you don't have buy-in from the community, it's going to be a lot harder to keep it rolling down the road.
That's awesome. Thank you. So
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if there are no other questions or comments, Kat, do you think you could leave your email in the chat? And let's see, I wanted to make a quick announcement. Does anyone want to do the readout for this session? Any volunteers? I have notes so you can look them over and just read those if you want to.
I can do it.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Dara. I'm going to copy and paste those into an email for you. And it can just be, super duper short. So, okay. So I believe we are going to meet up again at 3 p.m. So that gives us 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific time. So yeah, that gives us a good amount of break to get some lunch and relax a little bit and maybe take a walk. But yeah, thank you so much, Kat. We really appreciate, this presentation. And I think you're so right that a lot of these considerations are a lot less technical than we think. So this has been a really good framework to use.
Awesome. I'm so glad. Thanks. We can all do it. That's the takeaway, in my opinion. Thanks so much to everyone. I, as always, have learned so much from everyone at the ICS. So thanks. It's really good to meet all of you. And please don't hesitate to shoot me an email or a chat. Love to connect with you guys.
And also, everyone, if you have the power from Zoom to move around between breakout rooms, feel free to do that. I think some people are just gathering in the main room until the break is over, or you can just leave the Zoom entirely and come back. But I think some breakout rooms might still be going, but I think Winnipeg has mostly closed out. But yeah, feel free to jump around or just take a break from the screen. All right, see ya.
Thanks.
They were really great at, I was in Kat's room where we talked about where to begin with community networks, and then I joined the policy room where we talked about the current policy landscape. And I thought both of those had just fantastic discussions. So if you didn't get a chance to see some breakouts that you wanted to see, we're taking recordings, there's a live stream, so you can go back and check them out later, and I highly recommend doing that. So now we're going to do some readouts and present the discussion outcomes from our breakouts. I'm going to start with the network planning group, which was with Spencer Sevilla. If there's someone who was in Spencer's group who wants to do the readout, or Spencer, if you want to do it, whoever wants to volunteer can just go for it.
Cool. So I took a couple of notes here. We had a good chat. We kind of started with introductions, backgrounds of who we were. And then we had a great kind of kickoff question about just kind of walk through what's the beginning to the end for you want to start a community network. It started with a lot of discussion around who is your community and kind of like where's their connectivity, where there's not. If you want, there's one approach of starting small with 1 or 2 households and growing organically, and kind of compare and contrast with between that or going through a planning process to bring on some anchor tenants to start. We had a lot of kind of fun discussions about the economics of it. What do things cost? What are the logistics of installing fiber or wireless, both long-range wireless or like satellite networks? We got onto some discussions around who has access, who doesn't, how it intersects with class, especially race. Talked about urban and rural divides, different tactics for different areas, what connectivity looks like in some of these different areas, and what underserved connectivity, like how to identify it. Talked a lot about challenges and opportunities in broadband mapping or lack thereof. And I think that kind of wrapped up a lot of it. Anyone jump in and remind me of something I missed on this kind of, I was trying to take notes while chatting, but I think that was kind of some of the main topics.
I think you covered it all.
Thanks, Kelly.
Fantastic. So just as a heads up, someone is messing with the dumpsters outside my window. So if you hear loud noises, please disregard. So next we have the Community Networks Where to Begin session, which was with Kat Blake. And Dara, I think you were going to do the readout. Are you online to do that?
Yep, I'm here.
Hello.
So I am just going to kind of hit some of the highlights of the notes from the session. So Kat did a really good job of breaking down basically just like where to start when a community is thinking about bringing a community network to their space, what the questions are that they can start asking. And I really enjoyed this on a personal level because I think it kind of helps with the empowerment as far as like, it's really just the information that communities already have about themselves and that they already know. Just maybe somebody who grew up there or a leader of that community would have all of this knowledge, because it can be so overwhelming to start a project like this or even think about how to start a project like this. And Kat did a really good job of breaking down exactly where to start as far as what questions to ask. So some of those questions are like what the needs of the community are, what the service is already like, kind of looking at taking a survey of the assets that they already have, whether that be backhaul assets, whether that be people in the community who do this kind of work, and the physical assets, vertical assets. And that's something, again, that people who live and work in that community will already know. What if there have ever been any surveys done, whether that be like field surveys or GIS surveys or what have you, and then what they want their solution to look like. And this would look like, we talked a little bit about community buy-in and what that has looked like for people who have already implemented projects or maybe started the implementation of their projects, especially when there are other communities that are maybe sharing backhaul, what that conversation looks like between community leadership, and how it can get a little bit complicated, but also be just such a beautiful collaboration when multiple communities get on board that are maybe like in the chain of backhaul. And then she talked about grant options, and we talked about how that can be kind of one of the biggest barriers or maybe the biggest challenges as far as being overwhelmed and not really knowing where to start, really looking at what financial assets can the community contribute, and then what needs to be found through grants or other sources of financial aid outside of the community. And then, excuse me, yeah, it was just a really nice space, the people in our group, to just kind of talk through potential hurdles, and offer potential solutions. Oh, the other thing I'll mention is that we talked about just policies. I think we called them like broadband friendly policies, which is such a nice name for it. But like policies like dig once, one touch make ready, and then simplifying access agreements. So sort of just like streamlining communication within a community or between communities in order to really just help that collaboration.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dara, for that great overview. All right, next, the next breakout we had was digital literacy with Rob McMahon. Is someone from Rob's session or Rob himself available to give a quick overview? Hey, Rob.
Hey, thanks, Anna. Yeah, so our session, so we started off talking about how digital literacy is very varied, both between communities and also inside communities. So of course, like, not just in the sense of the learners having different levels of digital literacy, but also even things like the infrastructure that people have to deliver digital literacy classes really comes to the fore, and especially with COVID. So we spent a lot of time talking about strategies that different people had used in their projects to deliver digital literacy learning in the era of COVID. And a lot of people just going really old school, going back to, you know, making videos and sending them on USBs, using community radio, community TV stations, boxing up like physical stuff. And you know, so there's that kind of thing, preloading content on computers and then distributing them, because in some cases, people don't even have access to computers. So really highlighting those different areas of limited access to digital tools. We then focused on, and then also there's some innovative ways too. So for example, we had a good discussion about maybe using mesh networks as intranets. So even if a community may not have connectivity to the outside world, can you use a mesh network to circulate information and content within the community? But we also talked about some of the limitations of that, because there's problems or challenges with the sustainability of that kind of model. So how do you balance out, like, you know, sort of the offline versions with the online versions? We also talked a lot about the absolutely key role of the trainer or facilitator or champion. So those individuals in communities that help facilitate the learning are absolutely key. They're role models in a lot of cases. And in order to support their work, there really needs to be a culture of support, innovation, confidence, rapport with the learners. So we really talked a lot about how do you generate that type of culture and network, and pointed to the role of the ICS and ISOC in helping make that network and you know, help those individuals in their communities by providing different resources and support. You know, we also talked about there's a bit of a you know, a kind of tension there, that we want to encourage confidence building and experimentation, but you don't want to do it too much, because you can quickly click on things that, you know, you might you know what I mean? You won't break computers, but you might go down the wrong internet path and expose yourself to a scam or something, right? So we had an interesting discussion there of how do you balance out, like, encouraging people to experiment with, you know, minimizing risk in that case. And Curtis gave a great example, you know, like video games where you kind of play a new video game and then you learn how to play it and all these bubbles pop up and tell you what to do. Can that kind of thing translate it all to digital literacy, where you're kind of guided within an app or within some type of learning? there needs to be like feedback mechanisms within organizations, between learners, between teachers. And we saw ISOCs as playing a role in helping support that. And then we ended by stressing the importance of culture and language. So that's one of the things with digital literacy. Of course, the literacy piece has to reflect people's cultures and languages. And a lot of the internet, of course, is mainly English. So how do we develop resources that actually reflect people's languages, right? There's a great example from Linda and Six Nations, who talked about graduation rates in the community. And once they started integrating cultural values and language within their K-12 education, they saw graduation rates just increasing, significantly. So that was a really exciting and great story to share. And we talked about how that might fit with digital literacy too. Yeah, so that's kind of I think that's the main summary. Sarah or anybody else, like, feel free to jump in if I missed anything.
I think you covered it all, Rob. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that, Rob. All right. So the last session that we had was navigating the policy landscape and making effective change, which was with Deb Sosha and Chris Mitchell. Does anyone from their session want to give a brief overview, or Deb or Chris, if you want to do that?
Well, no one was there, so I kind of put my feet up and napped. Yeah, I think we've lost Deb, but it was a wide-ranging discussion that touched on a number of different areas, and I'll just hit on one that I thought resonated some toward the end, and hopefully other people would want to jump in and share anything that they thought was interesting. But toward the end, we talked a little bit about how when we're trying to sway someone else with a decision maker, someone that might be in Ottawa or DC, there's a tendency to think that they're super smart, kind of all-knowing people, and they're people. And in some cases, they may not even be as well versed on the issue as you. They might know a lot less about it than you do. And it's important not to imagine these people as intellectual giants, but to recognize that they can be swayed by the right arguments. In some cases, I think it was Katie who made the case for just the right person. And Anna, I know you followed up on this too, talking about knowing the right people. But the people who are making these decisions, they're not always perfect, and sometimes we're mystified as to why they do what they do, and sometimes it's because they're just not very good at their jobs. So keeping that in mind as you're trying to navigate these spaces, I think, can be useful.
That's awesome. Thank you, Chris, for sharing that overview. Yeah, I found that the end of that session was really helpful, just to talk about, at the end of the day, policymakers and their staff are just people. And, I think everyone who's, at the summit is an expert in something, and we all have something really valuable to bring when we're talking to our legislators. And so it's really important to keep that in mind and not to be afraid of telling people what our experiences are and what we know. Fantastic. So thank you all for sharing those overviews of the sessions, and thank you all for participating in them too. Your participation makes for really rich discussion, and that is, really useful for the summit and for, making connections and, kind of bonding over similar challenges and, brainstorming ways to get over those challenges and overcome those obstacles. So thank you so much. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Katie, to talk more about the policy recommendations.
Thanks very much, Anna. I appreciate it. And thank you, Kelly, for sending out the policy recommendation draft document last night or this morning. I hope that everybody has had a chance to read that now. And as a reminder, this document was drafted first by the policy and advocacy training now graduates on Monday. And we've been adding to it and incorporating your feedback all week. And so it's my hope that today we'll take the time to do sort of a final pass and make sure we're headed on the right track, because tomorrow, I think, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a session where we'll actually vote on these and make sure that they are in their final form before getting published. Is that correct, Mark?
That's what I understand too.
Cool. Thanks. And I believe that that session is during the plenary and wrap up discussions and next steps tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So we do have a little bit of time here. But again, this document really drives a lot of ISOC's work and our larger community's work for the next year. And so it's very important to us that we get it right and that we get your feedback to make sure that we're saying things in the correct way, because I've done my best to take your feedback and take the things I've learned during these sessions and take the feedback from the policy training advocates and put it into words that I think will be kind of understandable for policymakers, will make sense in sort of policy lingo. But if I've missed the point in doing that, it's super important to get that context. So I will pull this up now. I'd ask that each of you pull it up as well from your email. Again, you'll have it from Kelly Elkins. And we don't need to go through this whole doc line by line. There's about a page of introduction that, if you've seen the policy recommendations from years past, should look really, really familiar to you. It's very similar text to what we've used before. But there's one important point there that has not been in the documents of years past. And that is the fact that in the past, the policy recommendations were standalone documents each year. They were the thing that would make sense that year, that touched on the important moments going on. Like, for example, last year we had a lot on the tribal priority window, but participants wanted to make it clear that this document serves as a part of a larger historical record. And so they wanted to emphasize that policymakers should take what already exists in those documents and add this onto it. So it's not that we're only talking about the 2020 recommendations. We're now saying you have to look at 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. So I'll start there and say, does that make sense to everyone in this group? And do you think that that's an appropriate way to move forward with this year's document?
Katie, is everyone, maybe everyone should maybe review the policy recommendations from those years just to refresh them in their mind. But I agree that the only way policy can be created if it builds on, prior documents, I guess, that we've already drafted.
Yes, and I just put 2019 in the chat. I can try and pull up the 2018 one really quick. Excuse me if you can hear my loud typing.
I think we should also give a nod to a few things here that maybe should be in this first section. And it's the the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Canada. There were 93 recommendations, and we should, mention that these policies are, we kept that Truth and Reconciliation Commission in mind as we drafted this document. Also, the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Like, I don't think anybody involved in policy right now especially with Indigenous peoples, can ignore these commissions and declarations. I think we have to put that in the front somewhere.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Sally. And I'll certainly make the nod to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. As far as the UN declaration goes, that's actually included under the inclusivity, community consultation, and engagement section.
Okay.
So I totally agree with you that it should be there as well.
It's Linda. First of all, I'm really hesitant in saying a whole lot because this is my very first engagement or participation in this summit. What I'm thinking in my mind in terms of extending multiple years, yes, people have to have an understanding, but how will the document be formatted? Because you don't want to give too much information where it's just going to end up in a pile. Speaking to Sally's point, absolutely, policy recommendations are only going to be really strong and powerful if they align with the mandate of government. So using UNDRIP and using the TRC, I think is a wonderful example and a lead up to say that, this is your authority. You have the authority to do this work because of these two pieces. So I really think, how that gets worded and how that gets presented, it has to be come from a place where, and this document will help you do your job,
Linda, I think that's a really good point. And I'm going to add that a lot of what that comes down to on a legal level is the verbiage or the actual words that you're utilizing. And so the two that come to mind as we're talking about UNDRIP especially, which if anybody doesn't know, UNDRIP is the United States Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And it's not, the US hasn't necessarily adopted it or joined it or whatever. So it's not like binding law in the United States, but it's really useful as far as being able to kind of create this web of like being on the same page with, like I would say that it's something we looked at a lot in law school in the program that I was in, which is Indigenous Peoples Law and Policy at the University of Arizona. We talk about it because when you're doing scholarship, to be able to point to that and say, this is what we're talking about, hundreds of countries have signed on to this. And just because the United States hasn't, doesn't mean that it's not persuasive law and law that should be binding. So the two terms that come to mind are one, calling it a basic utility, which I think Dr. Biden like sort of touched on a little bit, but to kind of just push it a little bit further, calling broadband a basic utility, just like water, just like electricity, is part of that, as well as in my brain is always working in the spectrum realm, calling it a natural resource. And so the more kind of material that we can put our stamp on and put out into the world that utilizes that same language and that verbiage, I think is just building our case better and better as every year goes by.
Dara, thank you very much for that. And Linda, thank you as well. I'm making some notes as we go along. And Dara, I think that maybe this came from something you had written previously, but the first line that we have for the spectrum rights and sovereignty section is, spectrum, like water, is a critical natural resource for Indigenous communities. Therefore, federal regulators should ensure that Indigenous governments and Indigenous-owned entities have first rights to the spectrum over their own lands.
That sounds vaguely familiar.
I think I might have pulled this from an op-ed that you wrote or something like that. So I try to reuse good language when I can in these.
That's perfect.
Cool. So, and I'm also taking your point, Linda, about sort of setting the stage. And, Sally, to your point as well, even though I have that text further down in about the UN Declaration, and I think that maybe what we do is move that up to the front and use it as a scene setting as opposed to one part of one section, and say, this is the basis for everything, not something you should just follow. That should be a given with this document, that you're adhering to this declaration. And also, Dara, to your point, I've made a note too to put in that broadband is a utility, or that maybe internet access, so that we're not excluding anyone with satellite access at this point. And I'm thinking that maybe that would go into the infrastructure and ownership section.
For what it's worth, I mean, when we're defining broadband, it's just speeds. So that doesn't necessarily exclude satellites.
True. That's a very good point. Okay. I'll make that adjustment. Thank you all. I really appreciate this feedback. Okay, so the rest of the intro page is fairly broad. Again, text is familiar from summits past. But the next thing that's sort of a scene setting I want to talk about is the fact that I've split this up into 6 buckets based on the conversation we had Monday. And I really want to check and make sure that those are the right buckets to include. Because also to your point, Linda, that if we hand a 4-page document to a policymaker, maybe they'll read it, maybe not. So what I'm hoping to do with this document is to have something that's very fleshed out and more concrete. And then I'll use that to create a high-level 1-pager that talks about the specific buckets and says, for more information, go look at this or something along those lines. So it's important to me that we get the buckets right. And maybe buckets isn't even the right term for this. It's the key sections of policy recommendations or key themes for change or something like that. But those 6 sections seem like the right way to break these out. And I guess actually for anyone who doesn't have the document open, the 6 sections are effective and accurate mapping, inclusivity, community consultation and engagement, capacity building in Indigenous communities, spectrum rights and sovereignty, infrastructure and ownership, and affordability. Thanks, Anna. All right, I've got 1 thumbs up. Does anybody else have any feedback on the naming of those 6 sections?
This might fall under affordability, but I'm going to throw this out, wondering what other people think about it, where funding seems to be one of the biggest hurdles that I've heard people kind of bring up throughout this week, yesterday and today. And so I know that in the United States, the National Congress of American Indians has called for like over a decade for a tribal broadband fund. And so that seems to be like one of the hardest things to navigate for people, or maybe one of the most overwhelming parts is like figuring out the grants, navigating like what grants are you eligible for, what are grants, what is each grant, what are the eligibility requirements, as well as what are they for, as like which stage are they for. So I'm curious what people think about making funding its own thing, or are we happy, like does that fall under affordability, or is it more of an umbrella that it's, because right now it seems kind of maybe weaved throughout a little bit, understood that it's at every stage already?
So I think in the way that the document now reads, you're right, there's funding in each of them, especially under, there's some in mapping to fund programs that would fix the maps essentially. Inclusivity and community engagement has some, capacity building has a lot on, I think both of the sub points under there are specific to funding, grants for both technical and digital inclusion work. So I have no problem making that its own bucket, and maybe then affordability is a part of funding or finances or something like that. Or maybe it's a 7th section. And sorry, Linda, did I see you unmute? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you, Dara, for raising that. For me, funding would belong proper under the inclusivity, because, you know, the almighty dollar really drives everything and anything, our resources, our capacity, our infrastructure. So I think, you know, maybe making a little bit loud and clear that funding has to be targeted and specific to Indigenous communities so that they can build those networks and build their capacity and you know, get expertise. So That's my thinking in terms of funding. It, you know, it absolutely is important, but that's number one, I think, to inclusivity. That's my thinking. Thank you.
And I think it kind of dovetails a bit as well with, I know this is something Mark has talked a little bit about before as, and I think NCAI might have called for this as well, but having sort of a tribal liaison within the CRTC as well as ONAP, specifically for funding, somebody who can really help, at least on the federal level or the governmental level, help leaders, these champions that we're talking about cultivating. You know, they don't just decide to be a champion and then they have all their knowledge and understand how to navigate the funding sources. So to have kind of a central brain, somebody who can do that full time, that can really teach people about that, I think would be such an invaluable asset for these champions that we're, you know, helping to create here. And so, yeah, it kind of dovetails with to have the funding available, but also to have somebody who can help help tribal leaders navigate where and when to bring in these different funding sources.
That's a great idea. And I think that that's something in maybe our COVID recommendations or maybe our 2018 ones.
It's out there somewhere.
Yeah, I can find some language because I think that that's another one that's been emphasized. So I really appreciate you bringing that back up, and I will make sure to get that in there.
Katie, I'm not sure where this should go, but just as an example, CIRA, which is the Canadian Internet Registry Association, they just had an election of directors. And I'm a member of CIRA. And I asked them, are any of these directors Indigenous? And I did not get a reply. But I'm thinking that somewhere we should state, or maybe we don't have to, I don't know. I would just like to see more Indigenous representation. Like, for example, Claire's on the CRTC, that's great. But where the Indigenous population is the fastest growing population in Canada, and I would like to see more Indigenous people sitting at the table where these decisions are being made. I don't know whether that's said anywhere in there. There's capacity building in Indigenous communities, but as far as the actual development of policy around connectivity, I would like to see more Indigenous voices at that level, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sally. That seems like something that would go under inclusivity really well. And there's a section somewhere in here that talks about partnerships. Let's see if I can find it.
It's on page 2. It's the last section under inclusivity, I think.
Yes, thank you. And so maybe we could add text to that too and say partnerships should be encouraged between Indigenous and non-Indigenous entities, between Indigenous communities themselves, and between government agencies and Indigenous communities, or something along those lines. Or to say like there should be Indigenous representation within government. Actually, maybe I think that maybe that actually makes sense just on its own. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud as I'm typing, which is always a dangerous game. But I'm making that note now.
There was a chat about translation exhaustion, I think it was called, where Indigenous people are constantly having to explain themselves and put into context, you know, their worldview, their experience, and it gets exhausting to have to do that because, of course, in Canada, our education system has completely failed in this regard. So a lot of people simply don't know. But that was Jeff Doctor's session. So I think that that is also pretty important. Another reason why it's important that we have more people, Indigenous people at the table. For example, I'd be very interested to know, I know that for the Timmins Chamber of Commerce, for example, we finally had Indigenous representation on that chamber. And that's where these voices need to be heard at these various tables.
I agree with you. Thank you, Sally. And Kelly, I appreciate you putting that quote in the chat as well. What I can do is on the recommendation to include Indigenous representation in government agencies, commissions, positions, etc., I could put that as a footnote in there to explain like this is particularly important because of this translation exhaustion, which I think could be helpful for some people to see. Also, I saw, Najun, you had a comment in the chat about a couple of points that have been made throughout the summit that aren't necessarily included now. It would be great to get your thoughts on the best way to include them within the document.
Thanks, Katie. Regarding the data sovereignty and security, I mean, I think it could go under infrastructure and ownership or spectrum rights and sovereignty, but I don't know. I'd welcome your feedback on this too, because you're probably more familiar with these policies in general. And then the other one was just about having the licensure hurdle mentioned. I think that's a real clear policy ask. So I guess that could probably go under spectrum.
Najun, do you mean obtaining spectrum licenses or becoming like a
licensed carrier?
Becoming like an eligible telecommunications carrier?
Correct.
Okay, to be eligible for funding. Yeah, that's a big one.
Jared, do you have any language on that we could point to?
There was a GAO report in 2018 that outlined that was one of the huge hurdles for tribes. Oh, I have it bookmarked. I will put it in the chat here in a second. But yeah, that the FCC needed to do better as far as helping tribal entities become ETCs in order to be eligible for funding. Go ahead, Najun, because I think you still had. I'm interested in more just hearing you flesh out the ideas. Data sovereignty is huge, and what specifically are you honing in on around that?
So there's several different projects going on around the country, right? And a lot of them are Indigenous owned, right? So we had the Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Center with James present yesterday in one of the groups. And so that's got, lots of great educational tools on, relating math to traditional home building, for example. And then there are projects like what I'm dealing with in California, where the Park Service has a mapping project that they want tribes to contribute, language data, traditional use data, things like that. And it's just really the issue is that the ownership should be by the tribe. It shouldn't be the Park Service owning a GIS mapping program and saying, hey, put your information in here, right? And so it's really about doing it in a good way. And so we dropped all kinds of data sovereignty links into that particular chat. And so there might be some really good language out there. And I think maybe we could fit it under infrastructure and ownership. But yeah, I mean, the idea was, right, having this digital Indigenous knowledge, right? That footprint and ownership are tied together, and should be, people and partnerships should be aware of, you know, the necessary sensitivity that goes with that.
Thanks very much. And I agree with you. I think that that seems like it fits really well under the ownership piece of this. And I can go back through the chat to find some of those links and texts and things like that.
Maybe I suggest along those same lines is adding some language about respecting the local governance, the protocols, and the cultural standards. And the reason I raise that is in our community, we have 6 nations and we have 2 local governments. We have our traditional, and then we have the federally imposed government. So we really have like 8 different, 6 nations, and 2 different governing bodies that we have to collectively work together, and they don't always match. So when you have to take multiple different views, yes, data is ours, but how is that maintained or stored, and what are the standards and the protocols? I think it's important that we connect that extra level beyond just the ownership itself, because it can be quite a complex topic in our community. I'm just wondering, what thoughts are on that with other areas.
Absolutely. Thank you, Linda. And one thing that we have in the document that maybe we could expand on, there are 2 bullets under inclusivity. The first says communities should be engaged about their expectations for safety during COVID-19, and non-Indigenous entities should respect the guidelines set by communities for safe work within the community. Then the second bullet says non-Indigenous internet service providers should receive training, cultural education information, and other community critical information from the community itself regarding sacred sites, norms, etc., prior to deploying any service. And it seems like that's not exactly what you're saying, but it's sort of in the same vein. And I'm wondering if there's a way we can tweak it to make it align with what you're saying.
Those 2 bullets are exactly where I said respect local governments, protocols, and cultural standards, because it is, we don't want to dictate or be very specific. The broad stroke is, respecting the community protocols and standards. So those are the 2 bullets exactly where those came to mind. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm glad we're on the same page. And so that I make sure I take this note correctly. It's respect community protocols, standards, and there was a third one though.
I said local governance.
Local governance. Awesome. I wanted to make sure that I got that down correctly. All right, I will tweak the language to include that. Thank you. And Dara, I saw you unmuted. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so just for anybody who's interested, I pulled up the language that you were alluding to. So this is from a Government Accountability Office, GAO, September 2018 report. The title of the report is Tribal Broadband, Few Partnerships Exist, and the Rural Utility Service needs to identify and address any funding barriers tribes face. So these GAO reports are really helpful for if you're looking for exactly what we're doing, like something that comes from the government to back up a problem or a challenge, and how it's kind of been like already looked at by the government. And this is a service that basically says like, this is where the FCC needs to do better. And here it is in writing from the government about the government. But on page 7 of the report, I put it in the link. This is kind of like we talked about, like this next level of helping tribal entities become eligible telecommunications carriers. And they really lay it out so clearly here. And I think it's worth just going over a little bit, if you'll indulge me. And so the service obligations that they're pushing, that they're saying the FCC needs to help tribal entities meet, there's 5 bullet points. One is providing a 5-year plan showing how program support will improve coverage, service quality. They must be able to demonstrate their ability to remain functional in emergency situations, which is something that tribal entities are looking at, definitely this year. That came up for us in Navajo after Ashlyn Mike. A little girl disappeared and they did not have a Amber Alert service set up for Navajo. So, they didn't find her in time. The next one is that they will demonstrate that it will satisfy consumer protection and service quality standards. That's everything that we're talking about here. Offer local usage plans comparable to those offered by incumbents. So we in the breakout session, we talked about identifying the market, and your competitors, or even how they might be able to help, if that's like sharing backhaul or whatever. And acknowledge that it may be required to provide equal access to other providers within the service area if all other ETCs in the designated service area relinquish their designations. So again, kind of going back to funding or like this potential tribal liaison that we're talking about, the GAO has already said, at least in the States, and I imagine there's a similar document somewhere in Canada, or there should be, utilizing that person to help tribal entities get this certification is going to be so huge moving forward, because it just opens up a whole new, universe of funding and aid and, possibilities to navigate that space.
Thanks very much, Dara. I appreciate that. And thanks, Kelly, for putting those links in the chat. This has been a really helpful conversation, and I know that we're over time, but one last point I want to raise is, Sarah, you raised a good point in the chat about better accountability and reporting mechanisms. And there's some participants sent me some text on this related to KPIs, and it's under the section on inclusivity. And it says consultation between government and Indigenous and non-Indigenous entities should be based upon best practice key performance indicators to determine if the engagement is actually meaningful. These specific KPIs should be based on community needs, clear project timelines, and mutually understood goals and definitions. The next bullet then says Indigenous governments and/or representative organizations must be engaged during the early planning stages of any project or policy that may affect their communities or land. By working with Indigenous communities early on, non-Indigenous entities may be able to form mutually beneficial and lasting relationships. And furthermore, Indigenous governments will be empowered to play an active role in the projects and policies that impact their communities. So do you all feel like that is the right way to approach some of this accountability and reporting? There's more kind of included throughout, but that's really the one that I think is the most clear on accountability, and I want to make sure it's strong enough.
I think the content is there, but I think it would still be hit the nail on the head if you actually just use the word better accountability and then, prior to those bullets. It just makes so much sense to just state it, better accountability, and this is how.
Absolutely. And I think that if we're moving the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples up to the beginning, then what I can do is that first sentence or two sort of introducing the section can be about that need for accountability. So self-conscious of my loud typing. I'm really sorry if you guys are just hearing clacking noises.
Katie, while you're typing, I know yesterday for one of you ended the day with, were there any glaring changes? And I just wanted to raise, at least in Canada, we don't use the word tribal on like anywhere, anytime. And I noticed there's a tribal priority. Indigenous was stated up front. So if we could just kind of do a cursory review for that type of language.
Absolutely, and I really appreciate that, Linda. So the reason I included Tribal Priority Window is that that was the name of a specific program within the US this past year. But what I can do is reference that specific program and then change the language to say Indigenous Priority Window so that it's clear we're talking about an ongoing thing, not just that one-time window. I appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, I think that'd be perfect because it's about the Indigenous priority, not the program, and it will always be an ongoing theme.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that feedback. And I'll do another pass to make sure that it's clear we're talking about Indigenous communities throughout.
This is Heather. I wasn't sure if you were going point by point, but the last point under affordability, it needs to be rewritten. It's the right concept, but the language doesn't work. Research should be carried out via crowdsourcing to determine what equitable pricing should be for bandwidth, but it's the last sentence that's wrong. It doesn't ensure that urban areas are not paying significantly less. It provides evidence that can be used to show price discrepancies or, do you see what I mean? Katie, do you see what I mean?
Yes, sorry, I'm typing.
Okay, just, as I say, that doesn't, this will ensure your interns don't realize that I'm saying it doesn't ensure it, but the evidence can be useful in trying to make it happen.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Heather. I appreciate that. And I've made that note as well. Okay, so I recognize that I have now way overused my time. I apologize to our next speaker. I think that's John. Yeah, John, thank you for letting me go over. Real quick, last call for right now. You can still email me. I'll put my email in the chat. But is there anything that you're looking at and thinking, whoa, 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 that should not be there?
Katie, what is the rush with this? I
So-
just feel that we're rushing.
So each year at the summit, on the last day, at the very last plenary session, the participants all vote or kind of sign off on the policy recommendations while we're still together. And so it's important to us that we have the opportunity while everyone is still gathered to get that feedback and get this document as near final as we can. You all will still see the document before it's published on our website or anything like that. But since we won't have the opportunity to gather again in this group, that's why the rush to get it moving forward.
I have one more quick one. When we were talking about Indigenous representation in the government, I don't know whether this is fixed by just saying salaried or paid or something like that, but going back to the kind of exhaustion that Sally is talking about, like we can be exhausted, that's fine, but we would like to be paid and exhausted at the same time. So something about that, making sure that they're paying people and not doing some not that volunteer advisory boards or, volunteer positions aren't good, but they really need to pay Indigenous people and hire them as well.
Absolutely, Dara. Thank you very much for that point. I appreciate that. And I think that's really important to include as well. Okay. Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you all so much. I really appreciate your time. What I'm gonna do is after we're done for the day, I will make some edits to this document based on what we talked about and ask Kelly to send it out with the agenda for tomorrow so that you can have a final look at it before we go into plenary. If you have text edits that you'd like to send me via email ahead of time, that would be really helpful so that I can include them before tomorrow. But I understand that for many of you, it's very late in the day. So we will work together to get this in a near final state tomorrow. And with that, I hand it over to John. Thank you very much, John, for your patience.
Thank you so much, Katie, and everyone here. Every time I hop onto these, every time we connect with ISOC, I'm always so grateful because there's so much detail that goes into this. And, obviously this connection makes us all better. And so I'm going to talk a little about that. I have like a whole speech here. We'll see how good I follow it. But today I'm going to be giving a virtual tour of the Nation of Hawaii network. And so when Mark asked me to do this, I was like, okay, how am I going to sort of share our network sort of virtually? How am I going to capture that? And so I decided to put together a map, and we're going to follow the connection. So from the grid all the way to the people, and I'll talk about each hop along the way. And so, ISOC has been such a big part of our journey, and we're super grateful to be on the sharing end of information this year. Last year we were in the learning phase, just figuring out how to get all this stuff together. And I would say that we're still there, but now we know how to troubleshoot better. And I think people is really what it's about. We're a much more connected group and connected nation because of this network. And I'm going to show you how that all works. So my name is John Kealoha Garcia. I'm an executive advisor at the Nation of Hawaii. And today's talks were on capacity building, which is a key aspect of what makes our network successful. And so I'll share my screen. I have a couple of decks to share. Now, some of you, if you were in the community sessions, some of these slides may look similar, but to keep it simple, I followed the same design. So I'm going to be taking you folks on a virtual tour today of the Pu'uhonua Waimanalo network for the Indigenous Connectivity Summit. So this tour that I take you on is much like the one that I take when I visit our nation's land base. And I'll walk you through stops on our network, highlighting the fiber, how it reaches our people, ultimately turning into connectivity. So I start off most of my presentations like this just to set the precedence that prior to the overthrow, the Native Hawaiian people lived in a highly organized, self-sufficient, subsistent social system based on communal land tenure. And so this was at the center of this was the Ahupua'a system. And the Ahupua'a system is an ancient land base. It's like an ancient social network, closed loop and shared resources. So at the heart of that was caring for the land, for the Aina, and the people thrived that way. So the Nation of Hawaii, where we're located on the island of Oahu, just to set the stage a little. After a long day of sessions, I wanted to take you all on more of a field trip. I'm sitting here in my lo'i, which is my kalo patch here in Kaimuki. So Waimanalo is where the center of our field trip happens today, in the ahupua of Ko'olaupoko on the east side of Oahu. And so the image that you see behind this is going to be like a map that I take you all on. And there's 7 stops on the connection of our network that I want to talk about. And so each of these stops along the way also has a little story to go with it. And so hopefully we can share some experiences and some knowledge along the way as we follow the stream. So to start off, we'll talk a little about, before we travel upstream, I wanted to tell you a little about how we got here. And so our network is currently in maturing capacity. And so we started with no internet. We were driving to McDonald's, Starbucks to connect, to do homework, and eventually moved on to satellite. There are a few holidays that had satellite, and it was expensive and really slow. They don't always work depending on the weather. And, and then we got some higher wireless hotspots from Clearwire and AT&T, and those worked, but they were also costly and sometimes spotty, and we couldn't do too much with it. So it was at the Indigenous Connectivity Summit last year that led to the evolution from limited internet capacity for us at the nation. And so our network launched on November 15th. So we're just under a year right now, and I would say that we're still very much learning how all of this works, and really appreciate all of this work in policy and the use of language and the complex issues that other Indigenous communities are dealing with. And so I wanted to talk a little about some of the partners here. Obviously, the Internet Society was a huge support in helping us to make this happen. We have friends at Muronet, Mariel, and her team that gave us guidance to put all of the components together and really bring her knowledge from abroad. I just spoke with her just the other day. She's in Alaska. And we're talking about Indigenous ISP accelerator opportunity. So that's exciting. Our network runs on Bicells equipment at the moment. And, Rick and Katie came out to our land base and helped us to
navigate their equipment, and they've been also so helpful, Sunny and the team, whenever we run into any issues with our base stations or connecting. They've always come in clutch with helping us to replace things when we need it. So really appreciate that. Our fiber is being provided by Hawaiian Telecom, and so you know, we've had the awesome opportunity to upgrade our entire network along the grid within the Waimanalo community in order to make our fiber happen up at the land base. And I'll show a little visuals also along the way. And Bert Lum at DBED, the state of Hawaii, helping to bring rural broadband to places like the nation. And so that's that. I'll start off with the first stop. So this scene here is a pretty typical scene at the nation, people gathering around the router, doing a power cycle, and Brandon's usually at the center of that. And so there's Mariel and also Spencer. This was on the day that we plugged in our eNode B, our base station. And so this is a momentous occasion. And I wanted to talk a little about this because our network, really, it's the most important part of the people, right? I know that when we first started talking to Bert and Mark and the team at ISOC, we were really looking at which people can make this thing work. Is there the team? Do we have the technical expertise to support it? And do we have people that have the time to really make this thing work? And so I want to start off with people. This is the first stop on our network. And so it's the foundation, it's the on-ground support. And the people ensure that the stream of data is constantly flowing. And if it stops, the people fix it. So we have a team that manages our network, and that consists of executive advisors, and we have a village of subscribers to help us in collecting data and troubleshooting our connection. And so I don't live on the land base at the nation. I actually live around 15 miles away in Kaimuki. And so I'm able to manage alarms on the network and be like the first stop if something goes wrong. And so we have a network of people from here on other islands and even within the neighborhood who can respond to these alarms as we get them. And so people is what keeps it going. And the second stop on the network, or on the virtual network tour, is trenching. And so we often draw parallels to nature. I'm using the ahupua as sort of as a framework that we can follow to situate who we are as a people and a nation, and where we're located, not only physically, but where we stand as a nation. And so a big part of that is the aina, it's everything. And so it's interesting when I was breaking down how our connection actually gets to the people. Trenching, it has to go through the aina, so we needed to run trenching, about 600 feet of trenching in order to get fiber to our main pavilion. And bringing that fiber from the grid to the core is very symbolic because that's what actually connects the nation. So trenching, which is the aina, right? The physical fiber run from the grid to the core. So there was about 600 feet of trenching that happened about a week or so before we actually had the summit. So we had our team of engineers who are at the village, at the nation, to perform our own trenching and to run fiber to the core of our land base in a matter of days. And so, it was really exciting to see it happen, to see the team just click, and we had great advisors to help us run this fiber to where it needed to be. And so that was a really big moment for us. Now, we'll jump to the third stop on this virtual network, which is fiber to the base station. So what you're looking at here is the fiber terminating in our pavilion. Then from this box, it gets converted into Ethernet, and then we plug in our base station to this main switch. So you're looking at the guts of our network right here. So the fiber to base station means that the village is now online. So fiber gets converted into usable Ethernet and connected to the base station. Then that base station transmits to wireless receivers, which are located at each house or each building within the village, allowing us to split that connection to multiple clients along the network. And then each client is tied to an account. So each one of those CPEs, those customer premises equipment, is tied to an account, and we can assign that account to a service tier that we manage using ISP software. So this fiber to base station means that the village is now online, and we can start to wield the connection however we need to. And this is what simulation of what our network looks like from the sky. I always like to pull this up. Mariel generated this for us because it really shows sort of the reach of this cloud and helps us to forecast how we can make it more effective for our village. So the fourth stop on our virtual network tour is base station to home. So this is what our base station looks like, one of our Malco base stations. And this is often the view that Brandon and I are looking at. It's pretty high up. And we check to make sure our lights and we have power and connectivity. If we need to service this, we have birds that love to flock around this cell tower. And so we're up here often checking to make sure that it's working. So it's a beautiful view. What can I say? So this base station allows us to connect to the homes. So this is what transmits our fiber connection to the CPEs. And so through the air, through the spectrum, through the free space, the houses are now connected. And so we have about 10 CPEs through our network now, and connectivity has now reached our subscribers. So these CPEs are mounted on each home, and they have line of sight visibility to our base station. And so after 1 year now of this network sort of moving and settling, trees are growing around certain receivers, certain CPEs, and we're starting to move into a place where we have to reposition some of them. We've been repositioning some of our base stations to give our Malca access a little more speed, and we've been learning a lot about that through collecting the data and by working with the people on the ground. So taking into account the user behavior, the bandwidth needs in the house. We have a few of our homes have students or business owners. And so content is being made, Zoom calls just like this are being had. And these are all capabilities that didn't exist before. So it's been such a big part of it. This is also where we get into digital literacy and teaching our subscribers how to manage their own CPEs if something goes wrong, how to configure their routers, and empowering the village really to troubleshoot their own connection. So this is something we're also right in the middle of doing, is really engaging with each other and getting through a lot of educational things. Excuse me. So the next stop on the tour is connection to device. So we've gone, the people are in place, the fiber has been run through the INA, it's connected to the base station. Base station now serves the home, and now our users can connect to this internet connection on their devices. And so what this really is with Signal and Home, our users are empowered. So we can do something with the internet. Classes can be attended during lockdown or can be done from home, and businesses can be started. Our keiki can be inspired by the digital age. And so we have a variety of different devices that are now connected for a number of different uses, for education to entertainment. And so this connection equips our subscribers with access to information. They can manage their social networks, they can launch businesses, manage their websites, and go to school, share media with friends and family. And so it's amazing to see how how we can take something that's, that's in person, it's now converted into this digital inspiration, and it really allows us to reconnect to the community. We deepen our communities with better communication, and we start to learn more about our history and who we are. And it helps us to really understand who we are and what our identity is as Hawaiians. This photo here is from one of the many community gatherings and events that Uncle and Brandon and the Nation do in the community, just to connect and discuss things. We can now do these types of events more effectively in a digital setting. creating content and creating educational opportunities and even social gatherings online using our connection. And so, this ultimately allows us to restore our identity and utilize the network to really reach beyond just our communities, but also inspiring the rest of the world. And so the connection is key to our evolution and growth as a network. And the last stop, as I mentioned, is really connecting to the world and sharing our knowledge on a global scale with Indigenous communities who need it, and also learning how to improve our progress in the digital space. And so with Hawaii as a model for innovation, we have the ability to share our solutions with other Indigenous communities. And this outward expression, it contributes to us growing a bigger foundation of people who can help us to manage and sustain this resource, and then sharing and inspiring the next generation to keep the connection going. The internet fuels our innovation as a nation, and it powers industries. It allows us to connect, like this presentation, and hopefully inspires other nations to do the same. And so there we are. So we're in this ancient setting, and we're connecting in high-tech ways to global audiences, and we're still able to maintain our identity and reclaim who we are, but in a high-tech way together. So mahalo, thank you, and hopefully you enjoyed that field trip. This is what in Hawaii we call this pauhana now, and I'll stop sharing my screen. Mahalo.
Amazing, John. Thank you so much. I knew you'd be up to the challenge. If anyone has any questions, I guess post them in the chat or just put your hand up. Bruce has a question in the chat.
Yes, Bruce. So Bruce's question is, it looks like some unique geographical challenge. What kinds of issues do we have getting the fiber to the transmitter? So, it seems like the trenching, I mean, our guys on the ground are so good. The trenching part seemed like it was pretty easy for them. I'm sure there were challenges. Obviously, we had to clear brush. We had to take into account, like, the most productive path without bending the fiber. And so there were those considerations. I think the bigger issues we run into are our base stations are very sensitive. We have lots of weather implications to deal with, high wind, rain, things like that. And the power isn't that stable up there. And so that's been the biggest issue for us. Less so the physical trenching and getting it to where we need to get it, but more sustaining it through the weather patterns. And so that rigor has only made us better. We're still learning as we go. So thanks for the question, Bruce.
Curtis.
Yeah, I see Curtis. Curtis, thanks for the question. I'm sure we have the run was 600 feet. I think just from where it was situated, where the fiber is being terminated at the bottom of the road, I think this was the best solution for it, and also to where we needed to get it to give us the best line of sight across the village, across the land base. We have over 60 acres to cover, and so and it's situated in an interesting way where all of our buildings are in a row, and we have like a community garden on the outskirts that we want to start to connect, and we have some upper studios that we want to connect to start doing our work with farming and gardening. So Brandon is here. He might be able to speak a little about the trenching, or if there are any other fiber solutions that we decided beyond trenching, but trenching was the way.
Oh, thanks, John. Yeah, trenching for us was the best solution because of just the environment. We have a lot of trees, and we didn't want our lines to be broken. Of course, it's fiber, so it's expensive, and we wanted it to be safer in a way where we could maintain it for a longer period of time without having to replace it. We have a lot of trees that could, potentially take down the line at any time. So trenching was our best way. We have the machines. We have the know-how to trench because we've laid our own water lines before. We've done a lot of different things where we have good operators. So trenching was actually, our best bet. And then, from some of the advisors that we had helping us, they said that probably be the best bet as well.
Sure. I can speak. Thank you, Brandon. That helps at it. Curtis, you have another technical question about using 5G. We're still diving into the spectrum and how to utilize different frequencies and such. And so it seems to be working out as far as what our needs are, but we're definitely looking at fine tuning. We're looking at how we can more effectively transmit signal. We do have some sort of load balance issues. We've been thinking about doing PCI lock to assign certain users to certain base stations. So it's a lot of air traffic control, I think now. And also it's part of learning about our airspace and what's happening in it, which there's some activity surrounding us. So yeah, thanks for the question. Maybe Spencer can give a more technical answer to that. Partnerships that you had to form to make. Sure. So, the Internet Society has been our primary partner in making these things happen, really. Working with Bert Lum and the state has been also promising and helping us to bring resources to our project. But we're still really at our infancy. I think that as we start to, all of this content we had to just create out of our own experiences. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to put the work in to tell our story. And I think that's going to contribute to the types of partnerships that we can continue to build and how we're able to tell our story and capture the metrics that we need to make these networks successful. So hopefully that works. But I feel like people are becoming a lot more receptive to this movement of Indigenous innovation, and rightfully so, especially where we are. And it's time. I think we're starting to see more examples of innovation in our communities, and we're not going to stop just the beginning. We want to teach and grow more from these connections. So appreciate that. We're still working on Hawaiian Tel and a even faster connection or more bandwidth. So Bruce has a question about licensed spectrum. Brandon, how we properly answer that?
Well, right now it's a fiber connection, so yeah, we're not using any licensed spectrum right now. I guess the only spectrum I know is the 2.5 and the stuff that we've been working on, but yeah, we're using fiber. So, but in the future we'd like to carve out a place above our nation where we can have that. Right now the spectrum pretty much is all claimed over our island, which is of course wrong, because this is over some of our national lands. And if you know that the tribal priority window opened up spectrum rights for Indian country, and we had to get a waiver to get ours in. And so, that's still something we're hoping to work out with the people that have claimed that spectrum. And some of those people are like the military and the University of Hawaii. So it's just opening up a conversation with them maybe at some point in time. Bert Lum will probably help us facilitate stuff like that. But right now, we're just running off of spectrum. I mean, not spectrum, but fiber.
Thanks, Brian.
Excellent, John. Thank you so much. That
You're
was
so welcome.
it was such a blast last year when we were all together. It's hard to believe it's a year ago now to do that.
And I was seeing some of the photos. I was telling Kelly, and it's amazing to see how far we've come, you know, and everything is becoming more like Reflex when we need to troubleshoot something, and you can see the evolution just in 12 months. So we appreciate all of your support, Mark, and Internet Society team. Mahalo.
Thank you. Anna, did you want to close us off?
Sure, I'll close us off for the day. So first of all, thank you all for another great and engaging day. I think we had fantastic conversations. I think we made great strides in our policy recommendations document, and like always, everyone here is an expert and everyone here has such a valuable experience to offer. So thank you all for participating today. I'm going to make one quick announcement. If you look at our agenda for tomorrow, it says that we're going to start at 12 p.m. Eastern time / 9 a.m. Pacific time. We're actually going to change that. We're going to begin at 1 p.m. Eastern time, or 10 a.m. Pacific time, or 7 a.m. Hawaii time. So take an extra hour for lunch or for breakfast or to sleep in. We're going to get started at that 1 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. And it'll be a great last day of the summit, and we're really looking forward to seeing you all. So thank you all again for a great day today. If you have any feedback or questions, feel free to email us on the ISOC staff for anything. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.